any presentation or anything, so we have to biff off.
I don't have anything in mind to speak about yet.
You're ready.
Sometimes
Okay.
we're done by 8, sometimes it's 8:30.
Start talking.
Shot collars for everyone.
I don't want to.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What are we missing? Bridget.
Yeah, just Bridget,
Meanwhile,
right?
just Bridget, right? Yes,
Because
Deb's
Deb's
not
not
coming.
coming.
Yeah, Deb's not
I
coming.
was on a union call and
I like your earrings.
Oh, thank
Did you make those?
No,
Those are really
someone I
cute.
work with
Oh, wow.
I got avocado for a friend.
Oh, wow.
I got carrots for myself, and I got turnips.
Oh, they're ice cream?
So cute, aren't they?
They are very cute.
Hadn't
yes.
noticed theirs.
I went to a grievance hearing today like this, and someone said to me, "Is this what you wear at grievance hearings?" And I was like,
What am I supposed to wear? I advised there was a dress code for grievance
I
hearings.
don't think you can wear all black. I mean,
Right. Well, who knows, right?
but I was on a call. Mikey came home from school, and literally he walked in and goes, "How long are you gonna be downstairs?" And he's like texting me like, "Are you still downstairs?"
How are you? Bridget and Deb, but we're
Deb
just
is,
missing
Deb
Bridget.
is not coming.
Yes.
I think Bridget's coming.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's just
Lacrosse.
watching her daughter.
Oh,
She
And
is
she's-
there representing
She's
school
not
committee
there.
moms
Yeah.
at,
Is your daughter a senior or junior?
I have a senior and
No,
a sophomore.
But her daughter is
Senior.
a senior. That's right.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to call the regional school committee to order at 6:30. Our first order of business is public comment. We have received several written comments, which I will get attached to board docs tonight. We have several voicemails, and several people have come to join us. So I will read our opening, and then I think we should go with the people that have joined us in person first. Thank you for attending a public meeting of the Amherst Pelham Regional School Committee. This meeting will be held in accordance with open meeting law. This committee oversees the Amherst Pelham Regional Schools and has purview in the following areas: employment, compensation, evaluation of the superintendent, appointment of certain other employees per policy BDC, review and approval of a fiscally responsible annual budget, establish the overreaching educational goals, and develop policies that's a guide for administrative action and strive for continual improvement of the educational programming of the district. The chair of the committee will preside over the meeting, including acknowledgement of the speakers during public comment. Public comment is an opportunity for the committee to receive the opinions of its constituents on issues of school committee business. We request that all comments be respectful. Comments regarding matters within the school committee purview may be offered during the public meeting. However, this committee will not hear personal complaints related to matters outside of its purview. Generally, this includes complaints of school personnel, students, and members of the school community. Under most circumstances, administrative channels are the proper means for these grievances. Our students and staff have the right to privacy. The chair of the committee reserves the right to, after a warning, terminate comments that are not protected by the First Amendment. Policy BEDH, public participation at committee meetings, dictates 3 minutes for each speaker unless the chair extends the time and states that individuals may not assign their time to another speaker. Committee respectfully requests your cooperation in keeping comments under 3 minutes into matters within purview of the committee. In accordance with policy BEDH, we welcome members of the audience to make public comment. Please clearly state your name and affiliation with the district. There is a sign-up sheet that is perfect up here if you would like to make public comment. And without further ado, I don't remember what your name is, but I know that you were first. I'm sorry, thank you.
No, thank you. Have a very talkative chat.
Pull the mic really close.
Yeah,
Okay.
excellent, thank you.
All right. Oh, right here?
That's fine, you can hold on to it if you want, whatever's comfortable.
I didn't want to break it. Okay.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
Welcome. Hi, thank you for this opportunity to just bring my 2 cents. My name is Maria Luisa Di Stefano. I'm an Amherst resident and a parent of a student in Caminantes. And I'm here tonight to urge the district to offer advanced Spanish courses in 6th grade and 7th grade and beyond into high school, starting in the next academic year, school year. This is not simply a curriculum preference. It is an academic, equity-driven, and legally relevant need for our students. I have 3 main points. The first one is that the Massachusetts Seal of Literacy, and that its access to advanced Spanish coursework is essential for students who hope to earn the state-recognized credential, which certifies academic proficiency in English and a second language. Under the new statewide graduation framework that was developed after the 2024 ballot decision, removing MCAS as a graduation requirement, students will be expected to demonstrate academic, civic, and also a career accomplishment. One of the explicit recognized accomplishment is the Seal of Literacy. So in other words, the Seal of Literacy is becoming a direct pathway to demonstrating readiness for graduation. The seal also carries real post-secondary benefits. For example, UMass Amherst awards between 12 and 15 undergraduate credits to students who earn it, and more Massachusetts colleges are moving towards automatic credit or placement. This reduces tuition costs and shortens time to degree. Without advanced Spanish courses in middle and high school, our students are effectively denied the opportunity to pursue this credential and the advantages it brings. Second, our district demographics. So 19% of the ARPS students identify as Hispanic or Latino, the largest racial and ethnic minority group in the district. But this category does not reflect a single linguistic profile. Students come with a wide range of Spanish proficiency. Some are heritage speakers with strong oral skills, some are emergent bilinguals, and others have had limited formal instruction. So equity requires multiple entry points and differentiated levels of Spanish, not a single limited pathway. Offering only one level of special instruction is not equitable access, it is a structural barrier. And third, the Caminantes dual language program, of course. Fort River Elementary now serves a student population that is approximately 37% Hispanic or Latino, and at least half of the students are enrolled in Caminantes. These students, who represent a wide range of racial, linguistic, and socioeconomic backgrounds, are arriving at a middle school with high levels of Spanish proficiency, built through sustained, academically rigorous bilingual instruction. So given this trend, not offering advanced Spanish courses at the middle and high school levels is no longer a viable option. The district has invested in the dual language program that is succeeding. Now it must ensure students have that pathway. Sorry, my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to tell her the email? What? Do you want to tell her the email? I think she was reading it. Might be easier.
Let me know when you're ready.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Good evening. My name is Lamiko McGee. Most of you call me Mika, and I am a dean of students here at the high school. I'm a former union president and currently union representative. And I just wanted to speak about the issues that I brought before this committee some time ago. Over a year ago, I came before the school committee on behalf of the APA Executive Board and Representative Council to issue a call to action on behalf of African American staff, specifically those working at the middle school who have faced racial discrimination. A report was completed by an independent investigator which found racial discrimination, but nothing was done to remedy the problems brought to light. The district still has not taken the issue of racial discrimination seriously. Is it because the leadership in the nation is rejecting diversity, equity, and inclusion? What budget was set aside for programming related to eliminating racism within our district and community? Do you think we live in a post-racial society? Why is there no mandated training on anti-racism? Why did the district drop the ball on these efforts? Not only should there be training, but also relevant curriculum. Black staff at arms are being policed to the point where they are under constant duress. The onslaught of complaints include racial tropes like loud, unprofessional, inappropriate behavior. This is why cultural competency is so important. If this is happening to African American staff, imagine what is happening to the students. We looked at data a few weeks ago. You saw that there are disparities in discipline and academic achievement based on race. When was the last time you asked the students of color, specifically black students, how they feel about attending middle school? Due process is the foundation of human resources work. Yet the complaint process, investigation process, 51A process, all broken. Different employees experience these processes in vastly different ways and with vastly different outcomes. I've asked for written processes and have not received them. The complaint process is in our collective bargaining agreement, and it is violated, leading to more grievances. Due process ensures that when decisions are made, they are made based on evidence, not subjective information, and in accordance with law, policy, the contract, and best practices. This is especially important when it comes to race. Let me be clear. We've lost nearly 24 black staff throughout the district, and more are leaving or retiring. Those who remain at the middle school have all suffered accusations, investigations, reprimands, violations of law and contract. Don't believe me? Ask for the data and judge for yourselves. See for yourself how broken these systems are, and the broken systems have caused unnecessary anxiety and sleepless nights for black staff. I really hope that you take the time to listen to what I'm saying, because 2 years ago I was here saying this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McGee. Jennifer? Yep. I'm not gonna, yep.
In Italian, you put every word, every letter, so the E at the end.
Oh, that's an R, okay.
Hi.
Pull
So
that
my name is
forward, Jen.
Oh.
You pull it forward. Thank you.
good.
Thank you.
Okay.
Perfect,
My
thank
name
you.
is Jennifer Curiali. I'm here tonight as the parent of a fifth grade Cominante student. I'm here to ask you to please support adding advanced Spanish at the middle school. I did send in an email, but I'll just, the highlights of the email here. This year, our inaugural Cominantes cohort is completing sixth grade. As you know, these students have been learning in both English and Spanish since kindergarten. They, along with their families, have sacrificed and struggled as they have embarked on the journey of bilingualism and biliteracy. At this stage, the current sixth graders are just becoming proficient in their Spanish language skills. They need something more advanced than what is currently offered at the middle school so they can continue their trajectory. To that end, it would be a betrayal of these students and would be an affront to all the hard work they have done to end their bilingual journey now. Our district took the significant step of creating a bilingual program for many admirable reasons. While the Cominantes program is still a work in progress, and in my opinion, it needs to address some problems with curriculum as well as inequities with regards to students with disabilities, but that's something for another time. It is such an important program, one that we should celebrate and highlight. I want to also point out that I was reviewing a regional school committee meeting from October 12th, 2021, in which district leadership and the school committee members at that time discussed what should happen for Cominantes after sixth grade. And the superintendent at that time stated that the dual language program doesn't just end when you hit middle school. And there was discussion about continuing it in some sort of way at the regional level. And I think also from a social justice perspective and an equity perspective, one of the most powerful things we can do as a community, did I run out of time? Oh,
No,
okay.
I'm sorry, keep going.
Is to proudly support our Spanish language program and celebrate the language, culture, and diversity in our community. And you can do this by voting to add the advanced Spanish course to the region. And I hope that we can, I think what's being presented tonight, I got to look at the documents that Tanya uploaded and Celia, is the bare minimum of what we should do. I think we need a more robust dual language program at the secondary level, but at the very minimum, just adding some course that these students can continue their journey and not fall off an academic cliff. So thank you for your time, and I really appreciate all that you do. Thanks.
Thank you. I apologize. The girls lacrosse team is playing in states right now, and so my daughters play, and so I keep getting like text updates, but I can't turn the volume off and have it be the timer at the same time, so I apologize for the tinkling that keeps happening. Currently, they're up 13-6, so it's very exciting. Dr. LaRoche.
Okay, hi. My name is Irene LaRoche, and I teach social studies at Amherst Middle School. Thank you for your service. Today, so I don't have things prepared that can go badly, for those of you who've seen me talk before. So I'm going to do my best to stay within 3 minutes and stay on point. So today, Jennifer Jensen and I, who both teach social studies at the middle school, were at the DESE Civics Showcase in Springfield. We've been doing civic action work for quite a number of years in Amherst, which predates the 2018 Massachusetts law that requires us to do it in both 8th grade and high school. So it's wonderful that we get to do this also in Western Mass, because they used to only do everything in Boston. So I want to just say that in civic action projects, a piece of what students do is they look at root causes of issues. And for me, engaging in a root cause of an issue when I was in high school led me to my path to become a teacher. Our mascot was the Indian. I was a field hockey player. I wanted to stay the Indian. I did not want to examine myself or society to figure out why it was a problem. My own work on that as a student leader in the leadership council there over a year and a half led me to believe I was mistaken, flawed, and racist. And in that work, I understood that education was the only way that we were going to move forward. My student fellow colleagues who had not had that experience, they remained unaware of the issues, because I, as a student government leader, got to go through the process and they hadn't. And when there was a big disruption about changing it, I understood that that was why. It's not my...
Nope, it's not.
Okay. Anyway, but anyhow, that's why I became a teacher, because I wanted to engage myself and others in undoing racism, to look at it in a personal way and to look at it institutionally. I came to Amherst because the work was happening here 23 years ago. I had to write an essay about a multicultural school district. I had to go through training. It was robust that we did this work here, and it's gone. We're not doing anti-racist work anymore, and it's affecting our students and it's affecting our staff, and I'm asking you to bring it back. So now I'm off script, but I want to say, I wanted to go back. I'm going to look at my notes. Hold on 1 second. So I want to talk about the fact that 6 years ago, George Floyd was murdered this week. And it was a tragedy that led so many people to engage in the work that I had started for myself when I was in high school. And I had colleagues who said, Irene, now I know what you're talking about. I'm doing some work on my curriculum. Will you partner with me? We called out the superintendent, a different superintendent then, who had not attended the trainings that we had done, and said, you have to join us, and he did. We were doing an incredible amount of work with ourselves, looking at institutional racism, looking at personal racism, and that work is gone. And so I just think about where you were 6 years ago and where you are today and the power that you have, because we need to engage with this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Follett.
Sure. Eli wants to sit with me. He's not going to speak. He would like to join his civic duty. Okay. Good work. Are you ready? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to do the talking now, okay? Okay. You can wave the flag. All right. Can I start?
Yes.
Great.
Stu.
Good evening. Thank you for entertaining us tonight. My name is Dave Follett, and I'm the parent of a first grader at Wildwood and a sixth grader at Fort River. My sixth grader is Alex. He's in the Caminantes program, and in 1 month, he will be graduating from sixth grade. 2 weekends ago, he and his classmates from the Fort River Elementary Caminantes program stood in front of an auditorium full of high schoolers from across Western Mass to celebrate their biliteracy achievements. They were by far the largest and youngest cohort from any school that was represented there. A majority of these 32 bilingual and biliterate sixth graders will enter the Amherst Regional Middle School next fall. And there they will join a number of heritage and first language Spanish speakers from other regional towns and other Amherst elementary schools who are in need of an advanced Spanish language class. For several years now, a group of dedicated Caminantes parents and administrators have been asking about the plan for continued Spanish language opportunities for our kids in middle school, and have received reassurances that something will come together. I understand that this is what you will be voting on tonight, and I'm speaking to urge you to do right by our kids as well as other advanced Spanish speakers in the district. To be honest, since the beginning, we did expect the dual language program to continue through middle school, so only an advanced language class feels like somewhat of a compromise. The Caminantes program is the reason we enrolled our kids in the Amherst public school system instead of the Pioneer Valley Chinese Immersion Charter School. We've heard many similar anecdotes and have even heard of families moving to Amherst specifically for the Caminantes program. The program has been a tremendous benefit to the district, the children and families in the program, and to the Fort River Elementary School community, and we anticipate that the Amherst Regional Middle School community will benefit as well. We sincerely hope that you, the members of the Regional School Board, will recognize that this program is a tremendous benefit to the district and take immediate action to ensure that an advanced Spanish class is made available at the middle school next year, not just to serve the inaugural Caminantes cohort, but also to recognize and provide an empowering avenue for heritage and first language Spanish speakers throughout the Amherst Regional School System to celebrate their language as a part of their regular school day. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Coach Zach.
Anytime? Okay. Good evening. My name is Zach Early. I'm a teacher at Fort River in the Caminantes program, but more importantly, I have a son in that same group as Alex, the sixth graders, about to enter seventh grade. I want to echo what has already been said. Maria Luisa said very eloquently, providing the details, the facts, the data. But I want to talk about, as a teacher, the joy and success and opportunity I've witnessed because of the Caminantes program, and not just for English language speakers learning a new language, but even more importantly for our heritage speakers, as they have found time in the day to sort of shine, where there might be a struggle in English class or math that I taught in English. They were shining, showing their Spanish abilities, and then building community through that shared knowledge and learning of the Spanish language and their cultures. Originally, the program was brought in to help sort of combat absenteeism and dropout rates among Hispanic students in middle school and high school. It was shown that if you could build a community around a shared culture, shared languages, that students didn't feel so isolated. And I think particularly when a student, I've also had students who have come in who have never had any English instruction, and how isolating that can feel for them. And then when there's a whole community of learners that are sort of engaging in the same language learning that they are, they're much more likely to continue their education in Amherst. And this goes along with the continual talk in this district about our commitment to social justice, to anti-racism. That's already been mentioned as well tonight. But however, we continually make decisions that tend to affect our most marginalized students, and in this case, our heritage speakers. And then I want to add on that I too attended the biliteracy event, and watching so many of our students go up and accept their certificate of achievement, whether they're intermediate and they'll be able to reach that biliteracy certificate in a couple of years, or those who even were able to pass. And in the opportunity that affords them is sort of a case of, or an instance of equity that we have to consider, that these students will be able to continue their education in Spanish language and provide them an opportunity when they choose to go to college. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Georgia.
Hi, everyone. I don't have anything prepared. When I don't have anything prepared, You never know what I'll say. I was actually on my way home and I got a text. So, and I live in South Hadley, so I was like past going on. Anyway, just want to really mirror what Mika said. And we talk about anti-blackness, and it's happening. DEI is illegal. But is there any effort? You know, the thing is, recruit people. You look at the high school, you make sure they're at the table. So that's the responsibility of HR, to recruit, to make sure people are literally at the table that represent. So you're not doing DEI, but make sure they're at the table. And Doreen did that. I want to read a letter. You know, part of Dr. Z's strategic plan mentioned that criminal charges may be filed against the aggressor and to notify law enforcement. That was sent to me. That is so deeply problematic. Because when you look at the data, who are being affected? Black and brown kids, kids with disability, and low-income white kids. We know kids, low-income white kids that have not been, that graduated from the high school without a diploma, and there was no support put in place for them. You know, and it's infuriating. And, you know, even though Dr. Z is a black woman, people think that, but it's not happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, and this is why we always say, you guys are going to end up with some serious, we're approaching law, we're approaching class action. Because it's building and building and building, and people are not. You know, we don't have a union. I'm sorry, I'm just going to say it. The APA doesn't have a body that represents. It's a microcosm. You have US, you have Amherst, you have the APA. And it's all a microcosm. And I want to read something that, a letter that my nephew got. And it says, this was sent to his parents. Your child was determined to have committed a violation of school rules, skipping class, and compliance with staff directions. Prior to the imposition of disciplinary consequences, your child was informed of the disciplinary offense alleged and provided an opportunity to dispose of the charges against him and to explain the circumstances surrounding the alleged incident. Based on the information gathered regarding the incident, including information provided by your child, we have determined that your child committed the infraction, and we have imposed an in-school suspension. And basically, this is final decision. So all this language is like they're a criminal. You know, my son had an IEP. I lived in Georgia. And I'm still friends with his first grade teacher, 20 years later. And I called her, this is important. And I said, how did you do it? Because you had she's a white woman, she had a bunch of black kids. And I said, what did you do? And she said, Georgia, it's hard. She says, you can show that you care about them. But she said the secret sauce is to gain their trust. Because so many people have disappointed them. And sometimes when they behave bad, it's to get your attention. So this kind of, you know, in Jamaica, they call it bull, buck, and duppy. Like you're going to beat them into submission. It's not going to work. And you're actually violating the kids' rights, and people need to rise up. I'm going to put an article, because if this is happening to my neighbor, my sister-in-law hasn't written anything yet. That's why I haven't responded. Because this is bullshit, excuse me. It's really infuriating. They're treating these damn kids like criminals. Give me a break. And it's black and brown kids that they're terrorizing. And I'm going to say to you guys also that you guys as school committee members, in a Sarah Best, it's on you, you're the chair. And you need to excavate your identity, or somebody needs to take over who has the lens to really examine the stuff that's happening in this district. Because it is deeply problematic. I was at a lacrosse game where one of our players was put on the leash. They're going to put him on the leash. The leash. And have him showing up in a prison cell and calling him the homophobic slurs, which he's not. But that's the thing our black kids have to be subjected to.
Thank you, Miss Georgia. Carla? Sir?
Hi, so Carla Sar, I'm a parent of a sixth grader in the Caminantes program and also a ninth grader at the high school. My children are both children of color, they're multiracial, and so while I came to talk about Caminantes, I can't help but feel disturbed and disillusioned by some of the comments that were made, and just urge you to please do what is possible to support our BIPOC teachers and students. We moved from Deerfield to Amherst because of Amherst's commitment to social justice. And it's one of the things we love about this town, but it takes constant work and constant investment. And so I just urge you to do what's possible and what's right. In terms of Caminantes, I spoke here a few weeks ago, and I don't want to repeat what was said. I know you received a letter. I know that others have set forth data and strong arguments. I would say that I was at the Seal of Biliteracy ceremony. It was incredible to see our Amherst students shine, and they stood out in just so many ways. Their sheer number, their age, it's just a point of pride for so many of these kids that they've been able to embrace what has been a really challenging program in many ways academically, but both administratively and logistically. It's hard to be that first class of kids who move forward. And so many times along the ways, we faced challenges as parents and as kids, and I didn't expect that at this point, at this time in sixth grade, it would be an issue of whether or not they'd be able to have advanced Spanish. We were hoping there could even be Spanish in their academic classes, and right now we're just begging for some time for them to be able to maintain their Spanish until they can go further. My sixth grader was saying today, can't we just take classes at Amherst College? I doubt that's possible, but let's be creative and figure out a way to keep them engaged and to keep that learning and achievements happening. So I just urge you to do what you can that's in your power, what's right, what's possible. It seems as if it's perhaps a small request and something that's fairly feasible. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Margaret Sawyer?
Hello, my name is Margaret Sawyer, and I am also a parent of a sixth grader in Caminantes, and I'm also newly a second grade teacher. I teach Spanish in Caminantes at Fort River. And I feel like we're at an interesting moment. I mean, partly I want to echo what Carla said, that there had been ideas that we would have social studies in Spanish or science in Spanish, like they're getting now for sixth graders in Amherst. And I'm here also hoping that advanced Spanish, some form of Spanish can happen in seventh grade. But I think we're at an interesting point because there's this seal of biliteracy. I was trying to check on my phone for how many years it's been around now. I don't think it's been that many years that if a high schooler passes this test, they get all this credit to go to college, and they're really acknowledged and honored for their skills as biliterate, bicultural people. So it's sort of new, I think, for all of us that as a school district, we need to support those students in moving forward in their growth. Our heritage speakers who speak Spanish but can't, the test, I have to administer the test in 2 weeks. It's writing, reading, speaking, and listening. So plenty of heritage speakers get tripped up on the writing because nobody's taught them, you know, the silent H or like things that are different, right, for how to spell. And so we owe it to those kids to get them to pass this test because they get an entire semester of free education at UMass, and there's all these scholarships. So as a group, I feel like our school district has to think about, you know, whatever town we're from, like we owe it to those heritage speakers to help them have that leg up, right? And it's gonna be wasted if they go to Spanish 1. Everybody's gonna fall asleep, right? So, and then for the Caminantes kids, like, it also feels like a little bit of a waste to have these kids who've worked so hard. 5 of the kids passed the 11th grade standard and got the seal as 6th graders. 3 of them were native speakers. 2 of them weren't. I was lucky that my kid was one of them who passed that. She's pretty blasé about it. You know, it doesn't mean anything. She doesn't get any scholarships. It's like passing the SAT when you're 10 or something, you know, like she has to do it again. But she wanted me to convey to you, why would I bother learning Spanish in Spanish 1? I'm going to forget all that. I'll never pass that test when I'm in 11th grade if I don't keep going with my Spanish. So I wanted to say that, and I also just wanted to recognize that this promise that was made of like, Caminantes will continue, was not made by all of the towns, right? It was made for the Amherst students, and I see that. I know that that's hard. You know, it was made by people who aren't, you know, in charge anymore. So that's hard. But I'm grateful to all of you for thinking about all the students that we're supporting.
Thank you. Great, that is the last person on the list. Was there anyone else that? Do you mind just? Yeah, because just then we have it and. Totally. Perfect, thank you. Thank you. Oh, thank you.
Okay. Hi. Should I start?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yep, go
okay.
ahead. Thank you.
So I wasn't planning on speaking, but I will. I did write an email. But yeah, I'm one of the families that moved to Amherst specifically for the Caminantes program. My son was raised bilingual, and then we separated from his father, so this is an opportunity for him to continue those language skills. Yeah, but it's not just about like the Caminantes kids, like many of the other parents have mentioned. 20%, almost 20% of the students in the region are Hispanic or Latino, and a lot of heritage speakers. This gives them, like the previous speaker said, the opportunity to pass the seal of biliteracy. So I won't really take up much time. But yeah, just hoping for, at a minimum, this advanced level Spanish class, and then hopefully we can continue to grow these opportunities for the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Kearney?
Hi, everyone. My name is Sharon Carney, and I'm a parent of a fourth grader and a first grader and a 3-year-old in the district. And like several of my colleagues and friends here, I am also here to express my strong support for the Advanced Spanish Pilot course for next year for the 7th graders and for anyone in the region who has advanced Spanish language skills. I know you've already been hit with all the statistics and everything, so I won't go into that too much, but just to say that we know that the research unequivocally demonstrates that teaching students in their native language alongside English helps improve the retention, engagement, and academic performance of students. Furthermore, when native Spanish speakers and their English-speaking peers learn together through both English and Spanish, it powerfully affirms multilingualism as an intellectual and cultural asset. This shared learning environment validates students' identities, elevates the status of Spanish in our schools, and moves Amherst closer to the socially just community it aspires to be. This advanced Spanish course would also help create a pathway to the seal of biliteracy, which everyone spoke of already, and we know this strengthens resumes, validates multilingual identity, boosts college applications, and can earn students college credit or advanced placement. I know there is some resistance to this course due to uncertainty about implementation or concerns that only a limited number of students will access it, but I urge you to consider the broader equity implications. This course expands opportunities and access for students who have historically been underserved. And rather than dismantling programs that successfully support multilingual learners and enrich our community, we should be asking how to build more pathways for more students to develop strong multilingual skills from an earlier age. Strengthening and expanding these opportunities, not restricting them, is how we ensure that every student in the regional district can thrive in an increasingly multilingual world. Thank you for taking my thoughts into consideration.
Thank you. Okay. I think that's everybody that's here. Okay, so we did also receive several voicemails. Uh-oh. Hold on. We're having internet issues.
Hello, my name is Zach Early. I'm a parent and teacher at Fort River Elementary School, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and my spouse, Rebecca Dingo. We write as concerned parents of a rising seventh grader who has been in the Caminantes program since kindergarten. Caminantes students have spent half of each school day learning in Spanish and the other half in English, developing significant bilingual and biliteracy skills that should be sustained through appropriately leveled instruction. We are dismayed to learn that the district does not have a clear plan for supporting Spanish-speaking students next year in the middle school and in the years to come. While our child has benefited from Caminantes and from becoming bilingual, our concern extends beyond our own family to the broader community that Caminantes has helped to build. It is our understanding that Caminantes was created not only to offer district students the opportunity to become bilingual, particularly as the district has lost students in associated funding to the Chinese immersion school, but also in response to district research showing a growing population of students whose home language is Spanish. That same research indicated that Spanish-speaking students in the district have among the highest rates of middle and high school absenteeism and dropout rates. Caminantes was designed in part to address these disparities. What we have seen in our child's Caminantes classroom is the development of a strong cross-racial and cross-linguistic community. We have also witnessed moments outside of school in which non-native Spanish-speaking students have used Spanish to support communication. For example, helping a parent understand where their child was when language barriers would otherwise have made that interaction difficult. We have seen native Spanish-speaking students joke and connect with non-native speakers in Spanish, with all students participating fully and joyfully. These are meaningful indicators of the program's broader social and community impact. We strongly urge the Amherst Regional School Committee to continue offering at least one advanced Spanish class for rising seventh graders and to have a clear path going forward to support Spanish-speaking students in eighth grade and beyond. In the 21st century United States that is increasingly multilingual, the ability to communicate across languages and cultures is not only academically enriching, but also essential for civic participation, global engagement, and workforce readiness. Providing an advanced course will allow these students to continue progressing toward the Massachusetts Seal of Biliteracy, an important credential that can support college credit and long-term opportunities. This is especially meaningful for Spanish-speaking students, many of whom are immigrants. This is Zach Early again. I'm going to finish my statement. This is especially meaningful for Spanish-speaking students, many of whom are immigrants, as it affirms their linguistic strengths as assets rather than deficits. Just as importantly, the Caminantes program has fostered a strong, integrated community across language backgrounds. Maintaining language learning through advanced Spanish coursework will help preserve those relationships and support student engagement, an especially critical investment given the Spanish-speaking students are statistically more vulnerable to absenteeism and disengagement. Thank you for hearing our concerns. Again, my name is Zach Early. I'm a teacher at Fort River and a parent, and my spouse, Rebecca Dingo.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Piazza, and I am the mother of a kindergartner currently at Fort River Elementary School. And I would like to strongly encourage the Regional School Committee to approve of an advanced Spanish course for incoming seventh graders from all of the four school communities that come together in the middle school. This course is important because it will allow students with an already advanced level of Spanish proficiency, whether through being heritage or native Spanish speakers or thanks to the bilingual program Caminantes, the The advanced course will allow all of these students to continue fine-tuning and increasing their Spanish language proficiency and their intercultural competence as well, such that they could eventually, at the end of high school, achieve the Massachusetts Seal of Biliteracy, which is a really important asset that allows students to prove their competence in another language other than English when they graduate from high school. And this is also a question of equity, as it would allow students from a variety of linguistic and cultural backgrounds to continue building on their cultural knowledge and their linguistic skills. So please prioritize adding an advanced Spanish language course, ideally focused on cultural products, history, and intercultural competence to the middle school curriculum. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Angelica Bernal, and I'm a parent of a fourth grader at Fort Rivers Caminantes program, and I'm calling to urge you to please support an advanced Spanish class for the incoming sixth grader, seventh grader into the coming year. This is an absolutely urgent issue. Caminantes and having access to language studies is an absolute important aspect of what makes our school district distinctive. It is an equity issue as well for students to be able to access, especially students like my daughter. I am from a Spanish-speaking country, and she is a heritage Spanish speaker. It's absolutely important to her as a cultural access point to be able to have that. It is also something that is important to retaining families here in the district. The program and having access to advanced Spanish is something that keeps many of us in the district, and it is absolutely important to do so in light of declining enrollments. Thank you for all the work that you do, and I hope that you see this as an absolutely urgent necessity for the coming year. Thank you.
Okay, last one.
Hi, this is Catherine Lockman. I am the mother of a current sixth grader in Caminantes at Fort River, and I am calling to voice my strong encouragement to the school board to offer an advanced Spanish option for students who are coming out of the Caminantes program or who are of a Spanish heritage background. This is a really important way to encourage students to develop language skills which equip them to be international and global citizens. It also really fosters a sense of equity in our community because students from Spanish or Latin backgrounds will excel in classes like this and actually have social opportunities to mix with their peers. And I strongly encourage the school board to support bringing on faculty who can teach such a course and provide opportunities to our young people to further their skills and to recognize the hard work that the elementary school put into this exciting program that makes Amherst a very desirable and special place to study. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Thank you to everyone who came and made public comment. That was the last of our voicemails. And I apologize again for my chirping phone during the public comment. But the girls lacrosse team won, 13-6. Okay.
So they're state champions now?
They're not state champions. They're on to the next round. Okay, moving on. So our next up is executive session. The Amherst Pelham Regional School Committee will now consider entering executive session pursuant to MGLC 30A, Section 21A, Purpose 3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining, APEA stipends, or litigation if an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining or litigating position of the public body, and the chair so declares, and I do declare, and to approve minutes in accordance with Open Meeting Law, MGLC 30A, Section 22, with the intention of returning to open session. Is
Second.
there a second? William. Sarah, how do you vote?
Aye.
Anna?
Yes.
Tim?
Yes.
Laura Jane?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yes.
William?
Yes.
And Sarah Bess, yes. We are in executive session, and we shall return.
Do you like both?
I will answer both, but I do prefer Laura Jenkins.
Oh, you do?
My best friend in fifth
Stick with that.
grade was.
All right, we're live.
Hi.
To be continued.
All right, I will call the Regional School Committee back to order at 9:08. Thank you, everyone, for your patience. Dr. Z, are you with us?
Yay.
Excellent. Hi, Dr. Z. Thank you for your patience. Superintendent's update.
She's
Oh,
talking.
we can't hear you.
Oh no.
No?
Oh,
Yes.
yes.
Yay.
Yay.
All right, awesome. Thank you. I apologize.
Oh,
In regards to the SSO director, we did have our candidate move forward. That candidate did go through the community review. I did review the feedback and I did interview that candidate. I will be moving that candidate forward to the joint school committee. I believe the next joint school committee meeting is June 8th. So I will be moving that. June 10th.
Yep.
Thank you. Something's happening on the 8th. Joint policy subcommittee on the 8th. So I knew it was something. The high school principal this week, the 3 finalists are going to be in the district. They have community sessions, staff listening sessions, student sessions, as well as individual interviews with me. It is our goal to have the individual identified within the first week of June, so that they can be ready to start on board for July 1 and even to have a transition period in the district. In terms of school choice, our school choice is open. The district is finalizing seats, available seats at both the middle and analyzing possibility of high school. As the applications come in, we're are reviewing them. And so again, seat availability is based on enrollment as well as demonstrated interest. I received a series of questions around iReady, the lawsuit that's happening nationally. I received questions from staff as well as parents and school committee members sent questions. I had some questions of my own because I don't prescribe to be an attorney. So I did, in my consultations with legal counsel, ask them not just around what's happening with the lawsuit, but also what's our liabilities in terms of student information and data. I asked that they do an analysis. I did send all of our documents in terms of our contracts and agreements for a review. And so legal counsel did that review. And I believe I shared that with the 3 school committees today. It actually came in after I had attached my my memorandum. One of the key things that I did have a conversation with our curriculum team was around analyzing not just the use. iReady is not the curricular piece, it's our diagnostic. It is a data tool that we use to determine where our students are and how they are performing in terms of instruction, to kind of give us an insight into like reading comprehension, mathematics, and different areas. And so the team and I are going to be able to review that information, but also just review all of our tools to determine about implementation and how we should be moving throughout the district. So that's my update.
Thank you. Laura Jane.
Hi, Dr. Z. Can you hear me? Because I can't tell if this is working. Is this working?
I can.
Okay. You just said iReady is not a curriculum. Can you just explain what you meant by that? The region?
Sure. The iReady platform is a diagnostic or intervention tool. So what it does is it actually students go on, they take a diagnostic assessment to determine their mastery of standards, to determine where they are in terms of relation to their grade level. And then that data and information is used by teachers to provide instruction. The actual tool, the actual curricular that we use is the magnetic reading. And then we also have the Ready Math.
The iReady Math.
No, it's not called iReady Math. iReady is a digital platform. That's a diagnostic or intervention tool. It's called Ready Math.
What's the textbooks that are?
Magnetic reading and Ready Math.
William.
So I just have a question on the, I lost it now. I have my question, but anyway, on the, you said the open enrollment, a regional school choice, sorry, I couldn't find it.
Yes.
Is open?
Yes.
My question is, because it says in here that the district is in the process of finalizing available seats, but then it also says they're reviewing applications as they're received, determining seat availability based on enrollment. I thought we have to determine how many seats, and then we have to have a deadline for the applications per Mass General Law, and then we have to have a lottery. So it doesn't, I just want to make sure we're following Mass General Law in that sense, because I don't think we can be looking at applications and deciding we want them based on interest. It has to be, we have 5 seats open, we have 3 people that have applied, so we accept all 3, or we have 10 people that applied, and we have to hold a lottery. I don't think, I could be totally wrong. I don't think we have the ability to select or not select. I think it has to be lottery based.
We're not selecting. One of the things that can happen is that our enrollment numbers can shift and change, and we can determine to open additional seats, or because we're a public school district and we have open enrollment, like you said, we may get more students now at this point of the school year, and we may have to reduce the number of seats that we actually have. So that we actually said we were going to allocate, because we still have to keep a certain number of seats for our actual district students.
Just to follow up, I just want to make sure we're following Mass General Law in that I think we have to say we have X number of seats open for choice, and then we have to wait by a certain deadline to then hold the lottery. I don't think we can select, oh, we have 3 applicants, we're going to go ahead and take them. I don't think we can do that. I think we have to say there is a certain number of seats before we process applications.
So if we have 5 seats available, right? If we say right now we have 5 seats available and only 3 people sign up for those seats, we would accept those 3 individuals. However, if we have 5 seats available, but then a family moves in and they take up 2 seats, maybe they have twins and they take up 2 of the seats in the same grade level, then we have to reduce our number, because we have to take into account that I hear you, and I don't think it says that we're selecting individuals. It says that we're reviewing applications as they're received and determining seat availability. We do have seat availability. We do know what the numbers are, especially at our middle school, but it doesn't say that we're selecting students here.
So when is the lottery then? I guess would be my last follow-up question.
Marta, can you tell me?
Yeah, the lottery is the same. It's going to be the same. It's the last day of June. So we are going to do the same as the elementary, because we want to keep a similar timeline.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sarah?
I'll pass.
Okay, thank you. Tim?
Thank you for the update. Okay, also a question from me about school choice. Well, one is that I've heard feedback from parents that it would be helpful. So this is for parents who are coming from Leverett, in my case. The same sort of issue would, I suppose, apply to Shutesbury. I don't know how it works for Pelham. But if they're choiced in to Leverett, say from Montague or Turner's, then their student has, in most cases hoping to go to Amherst Pelham, but they're not guaranteed to be able to do that. They have to go through the school choice application process. So parents that I have spoken to in that situation, their feedback to me is that, you know, it would have been very helpful if the process had taken place a little earlier in the year. Their circumstances are now that they're not going to find out for sure if they're coming to this school district until July. And it's very difficult for them to be able to plan because of that. So that's just feedback for the process in future years.
So, so they would prefer us to hold a lottery earlier.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Deb?
Dr. C, can I do a quick follow-up?
Sure.
I also want to say that we have communicated on 2 occasions with each of those families who have choiced into Leverett, Pelham, and Shutesbury, letting them know the application, and we've included the application, and we've let them know that we have 25 seats. So we've been doing some, follow-up with them.
Thank you, Marta.
Thank you. Deb?
I missed when the dates were, when the application deadline is and when the lottery is going to take place.
So it's open now, both region, Pelham and Amherst, right? All are open, and the lottery is going to happen the last day of June. And there's a whole process. People get a number, they can check on their status after that, and we'll follow up as soon as possible.
So my experience with people who've engaged in this process is oftentimes because of the way in which people take seats or don't take seats, it's often right up until the day before school starts, even the week after school starts, that they find out whether or not there's a spot for their student. So it's not, it could maybe be pushed up earlier, but that same thing is going to happen. And I would ask the reviewing of the applications to cease until the deadline, and then for you to resume the process, just for the cleanliness of making sure that that is a robust process that we can explain well to our public.
Yes, absolutely. And what we mean
One
is
second,
that,
Marta. Can you clarify your request?
yeah.
I'm just following up on what William said and reading from the superintendent update. Maybe I didn't understand the clarification, but it says that, no, the application process is underway. We are reviewing applications as they are received and determining seat availability based on enrollment and demonstrated interest. So I would ask that last process, the reviewing the applications as they are received and determining seat availability, cease until the deadline, the end of June, and then you resume that.
So I'm going to ask that instead of, maybe it's your understanding of what a review is versus what we're talking about as in terms of reviewing them and how that helps us. Because if we're talking about accepting applications for 7th graders and putting that into our tracker, making sure we have like whatever is needed, going back in there, like there's a process in terms of not selecting, but just tracking information. Oops.
Correct.
That comes into the district. So perhaps an expansion or understanding of that. But I would rather lean on the team to determine if this is a process that they've had for a long time. This is not about selection. This is about tracking and understanding how many applications you have, making sure that they're in and they're timely, like those types of things.
And that they're complete. That's,
Thank you.
Here's the thing. When we want them to be complete, we want to keep track of how many are applying for what grade. And we want them to be complete so that when we do the lottery on that Monday or Tuesday, I forget, it's Monday or Tuesday, the last day of June, that they're ready to go. We're not waiting to then ask for follow-up, information for them to complete it. So it's a review of making sure that we have complete applications and that we can, when we offer seats, they're ready to go. That's what we mean by that.
So
thank you, Martha.
from a public-facing point of view, I find it not a clear process for us to be looking at individuals before we decide whether or not there are seats available for those individuals. Maybe that's what's done. Maybe that's what always has been done. I don't remember discussing it in this detail, but that sounds like it is not a clear process where there's no vulnerability to being accused of any kind of bias by location, by seating availability, by disability, by race, by.
Oh my goodness.
Marta, mute.
I'm sorry.
It just seems like looking at individuals before you say whether or not there's spots for the slots that they're applying for is not best practice.
There's some grade levels that we have not identified slots for, and I believe that, you know what, noted.
Thank you.
It's noted.
Sarah.
I don't think it's our job to tell the superintendent how to do her job. I think she can explain the process to the public if the public or applicants are unclear about it. I have confidence they can do this job without our help.
William?
I was just going to say, just to understand the language here, the end of it says on enrollment and demonstrated interest. What interest does someone have to demonstrate to be able to be in the lottery to apply for a seat? Or am I reading that wrong?
Interest in grade level.
Grade. What grade are they?
Okay. I just think that this is very confusing from a community perspective I'm imagining that a lot of people that apply for school choice maybe of the I'm trying to think how to say this, but underprivileged, I guess. But I just think that this paragraph reads very confusing to me, and that it's noted on our school committee. I have issues with a lot of the words in here, and to me, I hear you describing the system, but I don't see Mass General Law being depicted in this description in this paragraph. And I feel like we're having to ask too many clarifying questions. And these words are very confusing. I think someone who is a layperson, who is not on school committee or is not a teacher, are going to read these words. And to me, it sounds like that we are reviewing the information on the application to say if we want to give them a seat or not. And I think we can't do that. So I would just say that I think we need to clarify this communication and clarify the process of how we're doing our school choice. And I know I, as a person, had experience in Northampton applying for school choice. And before the applications were ever pushed out several years ago, I don't know what they do today, but they had, when I picked up my application to apply for school choice, they gave me another piece of paper that said exactly how many seats were in every grade available. And then you got the application, you were like, oh, I don't need to fill it out because there's no seats for that grade. I'm not sure what our process is, but this just doesn't seem like it's very equitable and approachable to all families in the region.
Tim?
Western Mass, sorry, not region.
Tim?
Withdrawn.
Thank you. Okay. Next up is.
Sorry, I did have my hand up.
Oh, okay.
I would just like to echo what other folks said about the timing. I feel like it's very late in and I understand that you have a lot of planning to do and a lot of work to do, but I feel like families may choose to go elsewhere if they hear they're applying for school choice and they hear in mid-June versus the end of June. So maybe for going forward next year, we can try to move it earlier to make it more accessible. Like early May would probably be the best time, so that families can plan for moving and things like that if they decide they need to do that.
Thank you. Okay. Next up is a gift for the ARHS Cross Country Fund. So I am going to take a quick second and remind us that it is almost 9:30 and that there are 9 of us. And if each of us speaks for 2 minutes, that is 18 minutes per topic. So I am going to ask that we be thoughtful and succinct in our comments and moving forward. Okay. Shannon.
Yes, so Ian Marcus reached out to us, who is a former student of the high school, and he wanted to donate to the cross-country team and support. So there is a agreement attached. It's a draft agreement, and he would be providing the cross-country team with $2,000 per year with a maximum of $100,000 that contingent on his estate planning. If something happened to him, the rest would be paid out as a lump sum. So we're really grateful for that. There in the memo, you'll notice in honor of is left blank. That was intentional. He would like to name a specific person to honor for the name of this fund, but wants to connect with them first before it was public. So with that, I attached the draft agreement and a short little letter, and just requesting that you approve this gift and allow the superintendent to finalize and execute the agreement.
So I am going to move to approve the ARHS cross-country gift as outlined in the draft gift agreement, with the superintendent authorized to finalize and execute the gift agreement.
Second.
Excellent. Is Bridget virtual?
Yeah. She disappeared?
Okay.
No, I'm here.
Okay, excellent. Sarah?
First of all, this is a wonderful gift. Many thanks to Mr. Marcus for this very generous offer. There's only one part of this that I have a concern, well, two. One is that we would be voting without knowing who is honored. And related to that, I'm concerned about Clause 9, the naming, revocation, and morals clause. I think it is typical for any gift to any school or public institution that the institution, let's say the school, also have the right to discontinue using that name of the person honored if something is learned years later about that person. I mean, it's unlikely, but it definitely happens. So I think both parties should have the same right about the revocation and morals clause. But again, beyond that, I'm uncomfortable with accepting a gift without knowing who is being honored. And I also want to know if an attorney has reviewed this.
So I won't say who it is, but it is an employee of ours. And I can take that back to the suggestion for number 9 back to our attorney. And no, it has not been fully reviewed yet, but it will be before it's executed.
Deb?
So that leaves 2 questions. Would we accept a gift in honor of an anonymous person? And have we vetted previous persons for whom gifts were donated in honor of? However you want to make that sentence work.
Okay. Any further discussion? Bridget, how do you vote?
Yes.
Sarah Beth, I vote yes enthusiastically with much gratitude. William?
I abstain.
Andrew?
I vote yes.
Laura Jane?
I vote yes.
Tim?
Abstain.
Anna?
Yes.
Deb?
Yes.
Sarah?
No.
Okay, it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 yeses. 1 no. 1, 2 abstentions. So it passes. Thank you. And thank you very much for what an amazing donation to support our students. Okay. Again, Shannon, 26-27 fee schedule.
Yes, so I attached the proposed, I will just pull it up, fees for FY '27. And I did go back to the school committee meeting from last year to review what discussions we had in preparation when I was putting this together. You'll notice for most of these fees, I did a 2% increase, but I wanted the dollar number to be rounded. So sometimes it's slightly under or slightly more because I wanted whole dollars and not change. It makes it a little bit easier when working on this. So for the college applications, an increase of $1. For parking, it's $2, and so on. I won't go through each one. And then I did present this to the Budget and Audit Subcommittee and went through the increases, but also provided some more detail of the back end because I think I remember, well, we're voting for these fees. What do they pay for? What do they do? What are we spending? So I provided some of that detail within the document as well. And I'm happy to take any questions you have.
Any questions? William?
I was gonna say parking says 50% off, but it's not for. Oh, that's half fee. Never mind. I withdraw. Totally withdraw. I misread it. Sorry.
Sarah?
Shannon, thanks for this. However, the first chart about the college admissions, the revenue line has changed markedly from the version you showed at the Budget and Audit Subcommittee meeting. So.
Yes, so when I was reviewing this, and I put it up, and after I posted it, I found in I don't remember, there was like 3 fiscal years prior to FY '25, that there was a revenue that was actually for athletics in here and revenue in athletics that was actually for here. And so we corrected it, and then I redid the graph.
Okay, great. Can you tell us why, though, the revenue has decreased so markedly over the years? Is it that we didn't used to offer any free ones and now we do, or
no,
fewer
I think
students?
we do. Yeah, we do offer free ones. I think like the first, did it say it up here? The first, first 3 are free and then the rest are mailed. But I do know that we have a software and it is called, it used to be Naviance, now it is something else that I can't remember the name. Yeah, Squire, yes. And that's electronic, and it does so much more than just, so anyways, I don't think that we're needing to mail or collect this as much, but we do purchase the software, which is helpful.
Deb?
It's more common to accept unofficial transcripts, which are free.
Okay. Anything further? Anna?
Is there a reason that you charge the same amount for electronic and mailing?
Not in particular, no.
So I have a couple of, I think I raised this last year as well. I do have a little bit of a problem charging for these transcripts because I feel like it's a pretty hefty fee when you start paying $5 per transcript that you send out past the first 3. And you know, when I was applying to college, lots of people applied to like 5, 6, 7 colleges or less. And now people apply to 15 to 20 on average. And it becomes a pretty large cost, especially for those who are in the lower income brackets. And so I know I would like there to be a little bit of a rolling scale on these. And I also think that if it's so part of the cost, I think Doug was arguing, is that it takes the office staff a long time to get the right stationery and do all the like official things that they need to do. And so if you have to mail out a paper copy of a transcript on official letterhead and form, I get that you might want to charge a little bit of money for that. But if you're sending out an electronic version, that's just a PDF of the actual stuff and it takes you 30 seconds to hit send. I would rather not charge a lot of money for that electronic transcript, just to try to keep it more reasonable for the lower income students.
So I would like to ask that we review the process. I think that what you described in terms of 30 seconds to send an email may not be as realistic to the work that the clerical does. And so that to collect the information, make sure the information is correct, take it and then send it out for all. I had to get transcripts recently, electronically, and I think I paid upwards of $15 for electronic transcripts, right? College-based transcripts. So I understand and I hear you in terms of a scale. I also think that we could revert back to the $4 from the year before instead of doing the increase. My concern would be that the amount of work that it takes to pull in, the only difference is that then they are turning around and actually electronically sending it versus mailing it out. So there's still an amount of work and effort that goes into sending out electronic transcripts. And the majority of transcripts, I think right now, are being sent electronically. And it does take quite a amount of time to make sure that those transcripts are correct, they're reviewed, and then they're sent to the correct colleges. And students are applying to a good amount of colleges.
Laura Jane?
I just categorically object to charging for any electronic transmissions from a school. I feel like it's part of our job as the high school to help our students apply to schools. Anna's point is very valid. There's 15 to 20 on average. I totally understand why we would charge for paper. It makes a lot of sense to me, but I won't vote for something that charges for electronic transmission. Doesn't make sense. In the same category of this, I'm not going to vote for any of these increased fees because I don't think this is where we should be trying to get revenue. I don't think we should be taking more money from our students and their families than we already are. I don't think we should be asking our parking students to be paying for the maintenance of our parking lot. Because it's going to cost way more than that anyway. So anyway, I'm just not going to vote for any increase in dues and no electronic costs.
Tim?
I just want to say that what I think people are paying for when they do something like request transcripts, they're not paying for an email or a paper document. They're paying for the stewardship of the staff working in the office in the district and the responsibility and knowledge that that staff develops in order to understand and responsibly and securely and accurately distribute those transcripts. So that's, to me, I don't really have an opinion about whether there should be a difference in fees for email versus paper. But I see that there, maybe there could be less that people pay for email. I don't really know, and I'm not going to get into it right now, but I just want to clarify that when people pay for transcripts, they're not paying for the paper, they're not paying for an email. They're paying for stewardship and knowledge, and that has a cost.
I know you put your hand up, but Bridget hasn't said anything yet, so then you can, after that. Bridget?
I just wanted to say that I think that the way that we have the athletics fees, where they're tiered, may be a good example of something to bring into the college applications, because $75 for 15, college transcripts may not be much for some families, and then for other families it may be a lot. And a lot of that we can actually determine, I think, from information we have already. So across the board, I think we should probably increase fees in line with what our increase is. Like, what's that, 5.87, God willing, or 3.85 in this district? Like, I feel like they should all go up slowly over time to keep pace. But I feel like on this one, this is something I noticed last year too. I don't want us to create equity gaps out of a fee where people aren't applying when they should be applying to a fair range of colleges.
Deb?
So I've done this task, and I'm reasonably sure, 60-40, that if you qualify for free and reduced lunch, and or if you say to Ms. Melendez, that's getting hefty for me, which I know involves a sense of identification of yourself as somebody who is having a hard time with fees, they are waived. So I don't feel like we need to manage it at this level, but I do agree with Laura Jane that we don't charge for other things, right? We don't charge for the attendance person to mark your kid absent per absence. We don't charge for things that are part of what we feel is part of their education. Clearly, we have a futures office, and we feel that's an important part of this community. So I'm feeling like I'm not on board with charging college application fees either.
At all?
Yeah, at all.
I'd like to ask a question about the athletics fees. The last time this came up, it was really unclear how these fees were determined, and it was like super arbitrary and seemingly partially related to the idea that some sports cost more, but that was never ever documented. And so I was just wondering if we had gotten any closer to documenting the actual cost of participating in a sport yet.
Dr. Z, would you like me to answer that?
Yeah.
Sorry. So that is something that we've worked with Victoria on, starting for I can't remember, it was the fall or the winter sports, to start documenting the cost per sport, because we don't have that historically without parsing that out. So it's something that we're working towards that we'll have by the end of the year. I'm hopeful at least 1 year from either the fall or winter sports moving forward.
Okay, and so I'm a little bit cautious about approving a fee schedule that's based on assumptions about costs and charges some students a lot more money for participating in sports than other students. And so I just, it would be nice to put a rush on that, I guess. Sorry. If you could get that information, is like, it just feels hard to tier the sports fees without information on cost.
Sarah?
I don't know the numbers behind the cost, but it's my understanding that ice hockey requires expensive ice time and travel, and alpine requires, transportation plus, the season passes or whatever they need. So some sports, it costs more to engage in them, even aside from the equipment.
I
So,
agree.
Yeah.
We don't have documentation.
Right. But it's, anyway, we're not supposed to be
Okay.
arguing, debating.
Laura Jane.
I can only speak to the skiing, but you pay for the privilege of being on the ski team, and I assume the transportation, and then you also have to buy a season pass. Or it's like a night pass, essentially, but that's not included in that fee. So,
Okay.
it's not cheap.
Are we voting on this tonight? Or are we asking for more information or something to be updated?
I move that we adopt the fee schedule shown in this memo from Dr. Z, dated May 26, 2026,
As presented?
as presented.
All right, I will second it. Okay. Anything further?
I'd like to see some revisions before I voted on this.
Okay, so you can vote now.
That's just my,
Yep.
my discussion.
Sure. Okay. This is 1, this is 2. Sarah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Deb?
No.
Anna?
No.
Tim?
Yes.
Laura Jane?
No.
Andrew?
No.
William?
No.
Sarah Vess? Yes. Bridget?
No.
Okay. There are 1, 2, 3 yes. And 6 no's. So the motion fails. What would we like to do? What would we like to see? Because, Tim,
I mean, it seems like there's discussion here. I'll put the discussion in the minutes. I think I took pretty good notes, but, I don't know if people want to keep discussing it, but I think it seems evident what we want to see. A different proposal that takes into account the discussion that we've had.
Shannon, Dr. Z, do you feel like you have enough information?
I'm not gonna make assumptions on the school committee, so if someone would like to send me, if the school committee would like to send me a direct outline of their notes, that would be fine, and their requests.
Okay. We will share that portion of the minutes with you as soon as we can. Great, thank you. Shannon, it's the Shannon Show. Q3 update.
I'm just gonna pull this up really quick. Okay, so Q3, that is January to March. Our salaries are still a little bit low, as you know, and I said it in another meeting. The retros for the APA agreement that was ratified for units A and C was done on March 24th and was paid on April 8th. So that hits in Q4 and not in Q3. Our contracts is higher than we'd like to see at this point, and that's partly due to some increase in our bus monitoring and tutoring services that we've provided, in addition to an increase of substitute nurses that's needed for field trips that's driving this line higher than typical. For substitutes, it's actually better than where we have been over the last few Q3s throughout the past fiscal years, which is a good sign. I can't tell you exact, but maybe staff absenteeism is slightly improving with that information. In our expense lines, our out-of-district tuition costs and contracted services costs is pressuring the special ed line. In addition, there is going to be a residential placement at the region. We're not sure if that placement will begin in FY26 or if that will be in FY27. But it's not currently encumbered, and if we have to start paying it out of 26, we will. But that is a substantial placement. Residentials are much more than just the typical out-of-district placement that's incoming. Circuit breaker and IDA were already applied within those account lines. With our other programs, we've had a higher or increase in more students at charter and more students with choice that have special education needs. So that's why we're seeing that higher now. We will see for charter the higher revenue or reimbursement back, because most of those students, if it's their first year, it's 100% reimbursed. Within central administration, I talked previously about the 3-year audit we had for our student activities fund. It's done every 3 years by an external auditor. So that was unanticipated, but is anticipated in the next 3 years from now. We did have an increase to our annual audit, an increase to our accounting software, a legal settlement, and legal fees. That's adding to this amount here at 89% for Q3. Within facilities, we had to repair the elevator at the high school, which was around $40,000. Had we not needed to do that repair, facilities would have been on track in this quarterly update for what you would typically like to see and expect. And then with our insurance, I just keep this highlighted as yellow just in case anyone forgets. In that 95% bucket, there is the Hampshire County assessment that we pay all up front in Q1. So it's not a concern that it's at 95% now. So overall, we're at 71% and the budget looks healthy and it looks good.
Thank you, Shannon. Deb.
Thank you, Shannon. For the charter school students, you said there's an increase. Do you know what the delta is and which grades those are?
I don't have that on hand right now, but I can certainly get that to you.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Tim?
Thank you as always for the presentation, Shannon. I just want to comment for, the families who are choiced out in special education and for the residential placement. I hope that those students are going to get what they need. And I wanted to reflect that this cost is meaningful to those students and those families.
Thanks, Tim. Anything further? Excellent. Thank you, Shannon. Okay. Next up is ARM's Advanced Spanish Course Pilot Presentation and Potential Vote.
All right, good evening, everyone. So as we know, there has been a conversation around the expansion of Caminantes into the region. However, from our standpoint as a regional team, we want to make sure that we're coming from who we have to serve. We serve 4 towns in the region. Each of those towns do not have a dual language program. However, we also have taken into account, and the team is going to talk about this evening, about how do we support our English learners, how do we support our multilingual learners, and how do we for the students who need something advanced, scaffold instruction for them, specifically in the Spanish language. And so this evening, we're asking for a advanced Spanish course pilot under our policy. The superintendent is able to expand within the curriculum. However, there is not a current advanced Spanish course in the region, and so we would like to pilot that. And so the team is here to present it. So I have with me Celia Senakowski. good job for me. Celia, I said it right?
Yes, good job,
She is-
Dr. Z.
Thank you. She's our multilingual MLE administrator. And we have Tanya with us. And so they're going to start off the presentation. Tanya?
Thank you, Dr. Z. Hola and buenas noches. Hello and good evening. And if I was actually bilingual, I would be able to say more, but there's where I stop. Where one thing that we want to do is make sure that we highlight and celebrate bilingual education. Some of the families that did public comment tonight spoke about the seal of biliteracy. And thank you, Celia and her team, for all that you did to ensure that we got as many students as possible to be celebrated at the ceremony at UMass. But what we're going to talk to tonight is a very limited, specifically focused pilot. And we want to also acknowledge and appreciate the world language teachers from this regional world language teachers at secondary level that mentioned and brought up that there was a heritage class before in the region. And so what we're looking at is trying to find do a limited pilot that gives us some data to really think and build something bigger. So I'm going to turn it over to Celia and then we'll follow up. We will be quick because we recognize your time.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Celia Sinkowski, as they introduced me, and I'm the MLE administrator for the district. I'm excited to share a proposal for a pilot advanced Spanish course for grade 7. I know that many teachers and parents have advocated and supported our program this evening, and I'm going to come at it through a different lens. I actually attended a conference last week, and before I even knew that I would be presenting at the school committee this evening, I was presented with data to demonstrate how important it is to provide an advanced Spanish course for our heritage students, because not only does it increase confidence, but it increases and improves literacy, which is what our data shows we need to improve on. So I'm going to take a look at this evening, a really quick presentation, and we're going to take a look at some data and kind of what our plan is as a region to be able to provide equitable and closing these academic gaps and opportunities for all students to take advantage of this this pilot. So in our district,
are you able to share, Celia?
Let me see.
Okay.
Okay. Is everyone able to see that?
Yes. Thank you.
Okay. So in our district, we have students who come to us with rich linguistic and cultural assets. And this pilot program is designed to recognize and challenge and elevate those students by creating a pathway. So that's what we're looking at, not only a pathway from middle school, but beyond. And in the workshop that I went to last week, demonstrated how it kind of allows students that never had that confidence to take an advanced course, especially those that were struggling in ELA class and math class, that because we provided them with the literacy skills of speaking, listening, reading, and writing in their own language, it actually transferred those skills into all of their other courses and improved student outcomes. So I'm going to show a quick, presentation here. So if you take a look at the first page here, we're taking a look at some data that demonstrates our Hispanic and Latino students compared to all of our other students. And this data was taken from our iReady diagnostic. And when we looked at the elementary school, now this focuses on the elementary, we have an 18-point growth gap, which shows how our Latino students are struggling when it comes to their diagnostics. And if you look at the circle, the chart there, it shows that 60% of our Latino students are below grade level. And so it kind of breaks it down. And then 40% 1 or near grade level, and then 60% below 2 or more grade levels. If you take a look at this next slide here, this was taken from the 2025 MCAS, and it kind of shows the performance and equity gaps. And this data highlights a critical need for literacy rich pathways. And so 22% of our Hispanic and Latino students are meeting or exceeding expectations compared to all students, with 53% meeting or exceeding expectations. And we have more data here as well. And if you can just take a look at it yourselves. But if you take a look on the right, it kind of presents the advanced course and graduation gaps, which is the lens that I'm looking at as a director, because we just had our biliteracy ceremony and we had 102 students, and not all of them were from Amherst. They were from the region, from the high school. And you're going to see another slide that demonstrates this data, but 31 students earned the seal of biliteracy, and then 5 of them earned the seal of distinction, and that will provide them with at least 12 college credit courses, and not all of them were native speakers. So that data shares that not only native speakers are able to take this seal of biliteracy, but other students, non-native speakers, that were able to have a pathway learning languages starting from the middle school and continuing their language growth all the way to high school. So if you take a look at this data here, we're taking a look at grades 3 to 8, our ELA. It says, it kind of look at the scores, 481 versus 499, and then it goes all the way to grade 10, and then it kind of concentrates on grade 8 civics, and you can take a look at the scores there. Then the next slide here, I wanted to break down what it looked like, because I know that the majority of the Spanish speakers are in Amherst, but I took a look at the other 3 towns as well. So we have 5 in Pelham, 3 in Leverett, and 0 in Shrewsbury. And Tanya, do you have an update on those numbers?
No, that's where we have for right now. And also the other thing to notice that this is dispersed among the grade levels for elementary.
Okay, so let's take a look at the next one here. And so why this pilot is being proposed, and I know that a lot of the Caminantes parents were supporting and advocating for this program, but when I'm looking at it, I'm not looking at it through a Caminantes lens. I'm looking at it as a regional lens. And so let's take a look at a measured response to students who are ready for more than introductory Spanish. Right now, the only solution would be to place them in Spanish 1, but this proposed pilot would help with ELA gaps, growth gaps, and intermediate readiness. So heritage speakers, dual language students, advanced Spanish learners, and non-native learners can enter at the middle school. And we're kind of coming up with different ways on how they can have that entry point. If we don't have this pilot, approved, when placement does not match proficiency, it'll stall. I know one of the parents mentioned that her daughter, who is actually a non-native speaker, earned the seal in grade 6. It doesn't count for anything as of right now, but if she were to then take a Spanish 1 course in the middle school and then start again in the high school, she would lose that momentum and that language growth. And then the solution, continuation, pathway focus on literacy, culture, and future readiness. So diagnostic trajectories, so who the course serves, not only heritage Spanish speaking students, but also advanced non-native learners as well. With the pilot, it validates community language skills, builds reading, writing, grammar, and academic confidence. And for the advanced non-native speakers, appropriate challenge matching their immediate proficiency, continued growth. Something that we're looking at here, academic Spanish and literacy, what it's going to provide: Spanish literacy, writing and grammar, culture and identity, biliteracy pathway, public speaking, and academic Spanish. So a lot of the students will come in with a colloquial Spanish or Spanish, everyday Spanish in their home, but they're not able to write academic Spanish or study poetry and literature. And that's our aim here, to not only teach culture and identity, but writing, grammar, so they're able to transfer those skills into their other courses as well. One of the worries was that we did not want to create a new course in the high school. We want to already offer the complete pathway, bridging the middle and the high school for courses that already exist. So if you take a look at the slide here, the middle school pilot for 7th grade, which is what we are seeking approval for today. And then this is kind of a pathway that we thought of already existing courses. They can, in 9th grade, enter in Spanish 3, which already exists, Spanish 4, perhaps sophomore year, Spanish 5 and AP, and then the state of biliteracy, which is the goal of all of these students. This pilot is the missing connector that unlocks the existing high school advanced in language ecosystem. And by establishing appropriate placement in grade 7, students transition seamlessly into upper level high school courses without needing new courses, but place them in already existing courses. Just to look at our data here, we had a wonderful ceremony a few weeks ago. We have a partnership with the Bilingual Hub. They help us a lot. We have a lot of our programming and through our teachers as well. And we had 102 students test, and 31 received the seal and 5 the seal of distinction. Many of the parents mentioned how our 6th graders received recognition for their intermediate level of Spanish as well. And the recognizing institutions, if you take a look on the right, all of those institutions, colleges, private colleges, and community colleges accept these credits when they graduate from the high school. Just the last thing here, if you take a look at the regional value, managing concentrated need. So it says, what if the largest first year need is heavily concentrated in one town? So we want to make it proficiency based. The exam, the stamp exam will ensure equity, and that's an exam that's recognized by the state that demonstrate proficiency. So it's a reading, speaking, listening, and writing exam. Maintaining fairness across the towns. Regional pathway design, it creates a consistent unified placement model for the entire district, and it's a limited 1-year test. The first year may show concentrated participation. That is exactly why the pilot, to gather actual participation, growth, and feedback data before consideration regional expansion. And then the last thing here, defining and measuring and piloting success. So the ways that we're going to measure if the pilot was successful: language proficiency. It's an exam that students will take to measure growth, participation and retention, engagement, instructional feedback, and academic trends. So tonight's ask for approval would be a permission to run the pilot for 1 school year, and 2, agreement to collect data and conduct an end of year review before any long-term decision. Thank you for your time, and let me know if you have any questions.
Great.
Thank you, Celia.
Thank you very much, Celia. Okay, so there were several hands that went up. Deb, I think yours was first.
Thanks for this. It's always a pleasure to look at dual language information, and the Comandantes program is a very strong one, at least one that has many strong supporters. And this has given me the opportunity to kind of refresh my mind about some of the things that we talked about over the years. I'd like to tell the regional school committee, my colleagues here, that one of the things that we discussed last academic year was going to a 90-10 model. The 90% of the language delivery in the first 3 grades is in Spanish, and 10% is in English. And the context was the same slide I've seen repeatedly, which is that achievement gap for students in dual language who enter as ELLs in kindergarten disappears in 7th grade. So I'm very excited that we have our first cohort entering 7th grade, because it will be important to that, to inform the Amherst School Committee about whether or not that program's been successful. So that's the backdrop of my question, which is, this is obviously an important thing to do, and we have many important things to do with respect to the education of our students. One of the things that I would like to ask you is, because we've been told pretty clearly by past world language chairs over the last 2 years that our middle school program is not robust enough for students to really enter the high school and enter world language 2. Anecdotally, I've heard that that's not the case. So I would love, before making this decision, to understand what the current ability of the non-Comandantes learners in the middle school are, what accessibility they have to a higher level of world language in the high school, having come through that program, before we talk about how to invest in further world language development at the middle school.
So, oh, go ahead, Tanya.
No, Deb, could you clarify if
Yeah,
you want
so
all of the languages, so French, Spanish, Latin, and Chinese, correct?
what fraction of students who take a language, an introductory exploratory in middle school are able to access that language at the second year when they enter in ninth grade. That would help me understand if this resource would take away from the students who haven't benefited from that access in the Caminantes program.
So I'm actually a secondary Spanish teacher, so I can speak to that. And so right now at the middle school, languages are just an introduction. And so they take it in 7th and 8th grade, but it's usually like split. So it's an introduction of Spanish 1 and then another introduction, but I know many schools, maybe in the region it's not the same, but usually it's 1A and 1B. And then the students that do really well, they can go into Spanish 2. And if they didn't do that well in the middle school, they will begin in Spanish 1 again. But right now we tested all the Caminantes students, obviously because it's part of our collection of data, and we are able to tell you their language proficiency. But when they reach the region, this pilot is not only for the Caminantes students, it would be for all of the other Spanish speakers as well. And so we have a placement exam that we already have where it addresses the speaking, listening, reading, and writing. And we would have like seats. We're trying to design a way to make it equitable where there's like a number of seats where maybe it's like a lottery, where it doesn't guarantee that all of the Caminantes kids are the only ones in this pilot. We're trying to make it so that when the kids reach the region, they're able to take this exam and able to enter that course. That is their entry point. And so there's placement exams for many things. When you go to college or when you take certain courses or prerequisites, right? If you want to take calculus, you need to take pre-calc. And so it's a stamp exam, which is what is the state approved exam. And we can give them that exam to be able to have them have a seat. So make it equitable. So it's not only for Caminantes students, but for everyone in the region to give them that opportunity as an entry point.
That's the program and the assessment of whether or not a student is ready to take World Language 2 is important and relevant to the whole program. My question is, would this particular course, which obviously has a cohort that's both the Caminantes students as well as students who have a certain level of proficiency based on their home environments or other experiences, whether or not this particular course means that resources for students who are entering, having taken what has become a stripped down version of World Language 1 at the middle school, whether or not those are competing for the same resources at the middle school. So that's my question.
Oh, I understand. So no, this would just be a section offered by for the Spanish teacher. So the Spanish teacher currently has 4 sections. It would be a section of the of that particular group.
And
so it's not going to take away.
But that teacher presumably would teach another section for introductory. The 5th section would be for introductory language learners from the entire middle school.
So think of it not as an additional section, just one of the sections will become the advanced Spanish section. So if they now have 4 split amongst all the 7th graders, what we will now have is a cohort of 7th graders that will take the advanced Spanish, and the other 7th graders that choose to take Spanish will be split in the other 3. So similar now, so similar numbers. And that's, yeah.
That's then, the other information is still interesting but not relevant. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
William.
So are all students going to test to then be able to get into this pilot program?
It would be student interest. So we'll reach out. This is one of the things we were talking about, reaching out to each of the elementary schools, the 6th graders at the elementary schools, just like they kind of do now for course selection, and find those that might be interested to give them that opportunity to test.
Okay, and so is this an option for choice in kids?
This would be Leverett, Shutesbury, Pelham,
Right, but
Amherst.
for
So the
kids at choice into our district, would this test be an option once they got a seat?
once they have a seat, that's a good question. Let me write that down. And I'm not really sure. I didn't consider
At
that.
that point, there are students,
Right.
so
Right.
they would be afforded the same opportunity. Is that your question?
Yes.
No, this is a pilot, and so there are aspects of this that we're still hashing out. This is why we want to pilot it this
Right.
year.
Yeah.
But they would be our students, and so they would be afforded the same opportunity.
Okay, and then, are Comanante students guaranteed a seat, or do they also have to pass the test?
So
Yeah.
we already tested them because it's part of our programming. But they're not guaranteed a seat because let's say, for example, so right now in grade 6, there's 32 grade 6 students. And let's say that if the pilot is approved, let's say that there's only 24 seats at the middle school, like in grade 7. We're not gonna just say all 24 of them are caminantes because then that's not equitable. That's not for the region. And so we can separate it by town. Those are all things that we're figuring it out, but we want to be able to give the access to Shrewsbury, to Leverett, to Pelham. And that's why we were looking at those numbers to be able to either provide seats. And now you just mentioned school choice. So that's another thing that we could think about as well. So just because they're in Caminantes, just because they pass the test does not guarantee that they're in this course. There's just not enough room if we're only going to pilot one section.
So I would look at a date that would accommodate the choiced-in kids so that you would then be able to fully understand what the lottery would look like.
Yes.
Because I wouldn't hold the lottery before you knew about the choiced kids, is my opinion. But I'm not, who knows? And the other question I have, we've had a lot of conversation about the 6th grade impacting the region. So how is Comanantes, I'm assuming it's going to be in the 6th grade cohort in the middle school. So is there ability for, I know we've talked a lot about how the region is going to share resources with 6th grade. So now this would be the reverse. This would be 6th grade Comanantes program, Comanantes teacher, sharing resources with the 7th and 8th grade. Have we thought about that?
I don't think we have. I know in our conversations that we've had, we haven't because we're not talking about bringing Caminantes to the region.
Well, it
We're
would be
talking
bringing
about-
the resources of like people today came and spoke about why can't we have social studies in 7th grade in Spanish and kind of at least have a science or at least a social studies. Some parents asked for that tonight to do this program plus have one more content area. And so to do that, is there a way that we can share with the 6th grade resources that are coming into the building so that we would offer the 7th graders one science class or one social studies class that would be in Spanish by using the resources that are coming in?
What you would be proposing, in my opinion, would be a regional approach to Caminantes.
Yes, if you include the content course, then that would be creating a dual language program for the middle school, which is not what we're currently asking for. I mean, it's a dream, but that's not what we're asking for. Right now, we just are saying if we can pilot just that one section for them to grow their Spanish so that they're not, if they're not having a 2-year gap before they get to the high school.
Okay, I guess
And also give us more information about what that could possibly look like.
Yeah, I would be interested in knowing if we could share the resources from the 6th grade coming over and see what we could offer the 7th and 8th graders here with those other resources, but not just the Comanantes, to all the students that would then be in this pilot program. But I'm very much for this pilot program. Thank you.
Laura Jane?
I love this. Thank you so much for presenting it. I had 2 questions. One is you mentioned the STAMP exam, and we heard tonight from a caregiver or parent that heritage speakers may or may not be as proficient with the writing component of Spanish as they are with the other elements, right? The spoken and understanding. So is there a way to, scale the test or something so that it's not just benefiting, like if you're really trying to do a broad, being inclusive of heritage speakers, of proficient speakers that haven't gone through Caminantes and the Caminantes program, is there a way to kind of allow for that? like what might be a slight deficit in writing, potentially, right? Not necessarily, but potentially. So that
Yeah,
would,
so
that's one question.
the results drive not only the student but the teacher. So that's gonna tell the teacher, what's domain. We call those domains: speaking, reading, listening, and writing. And so, for example, that's a current practice that we have. So in the high school, you can take it. I'm just gonna give the high school as an example, and I'll later tell you all the grades that we test them in. You can take it in grade 10, and then if you didn't do so well, let's say on the listening portion, because there's 4 domains. That's something that we have helped students get tutors. We have partnerships with the colleges in town, with the universities, and we found the kids tutors at the high school level so that they can work on that domain, and then we allow them to retest a few times just so they're able to get that seal of biliteracy. When it's at the elementary level, we have the biliteracy club. We just ended last Monday, where it practices those skills. We also had volunteer tutors from the local colleges and universities, where it was on Mondays, 2 hours after school, and we had an hour of English and then an hour of tutoring in their language. And so we test them during that session, and then we help them in the domain that they need to improve on. So that stamp is not just a one-time thing. In Caminantes, we test them all the time, but even when they get to the middle school, we tested 7th and 8th graders this year. They'll be able to retake it next year, and then at the high school, they'll take it a few times until they reach that seal, which is what the goal is.
And Celia, maybe mention about heritage speakers in terms of the 7th grade pilot that could possibly interview, that you would be able to speak with if they have issues in terms of writing.
Yeah,
I
so
think
we were
speaks
trying to
more
find
what she's listening.
Yep. So we were trying to find a way to make it equitable for the region. And so, I know that the middle school guidance and principals, they all need to have the student schedule ready when school begins. But I said, all right, I know myself, I'm also the director of ELL department. How could I test these kids before school starts? And I know for right now, I test students in the summer when it comes to ELL, the WIDA screener. We have days during the summer where we have students come in. But if piloting this course for approval, I can test students and give them an interview virtual. I can have them come in and do the stamp. There's many ways that we can make this equitable for all our students. We do testing during the summer anyways for our ELL students, and we can just make it the same or even give them more options at the region for this pilot program.
Okay, thank you so much. And my second I guess I have 2 more questions, but the most important one is how many, you said there are about 30 Caminantes students that are?
32 right now.
32, and some additional number of non-Caminantes, heritage or native speakers, or as Deb said, learned that language somewhere. Do you have a sense of what that general total is, and how many disappointed families we're going to be having to deal with? Or is there a way to add 2 advanced Spanish sections instead of just 1 to accommodate all of the high-level learners?
I would say no, because to Deb's point about resources and what would be used, right now, what we're trying to do is ensure that there is not, especially since this is a pilot and we're trying things out, that there is not a negative effect in the region upon scheduling, upon teachers, upon all of those things. And so right now, we just don't know enough. And in our world, which secondary teachers told us that there was a heritage course a couple of years ago, several years ago at the middle school, and there was some difficulty around it. So we want to make sure we get it right before expanding it. So not in 26, 27 would it be more than 1 section, because we don't want to do it and then there's a negative impact. We talked about, how does Chestnut Street impact the region? We also don't want there to be a negative impact upon teachers, upon the way that community works. We want to ensure that the students that come in, that is still the middle school community, not this separate class from everybody else. So we want to have more information before we do that.
And we want to make sure that when we scaffold up, we're taking everything into consideration. There's a lot happening at the middle school this year, and so we really wanted to start small to scaffold up. We also know that we want to take into account, just like is this something that we're not just looking at for Spanish? Is there other languages that we would want to also turn around and say there's advanced courses in that we want to offer as well? Because we know we have individuals who are native French speakers, you know, like we have native Chinese speakers. So we want to make sure that whatever we're putting in place is a model that we can possibly expand on, but not just for Spanish, preferably in other languages as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I put myself on the list. So I appreciate that this is something that's being brought to us for us to think about. I have a couple of concerns. So if we are thinking about placement, test, enter, this kind of program, then I want to make sure it feels important to me that everybody has access to it. And, you know, Amherst, Cominente's students are more than, there's, you know, Wildwood and Crocker Farm also, I'm sure, that have, you know, Spanish-speaking families, plus our, you know, our great little towns. And so I have some concern about equity to the even knowing about that this is a option or how to participate in it. I would also be interested to know more about the previous heritage course that didn't go so well, and what was learned from that. I hear the Cominente's parents and understand their frustration level at feeling like this was an elementary program that didn't have somewhere to land at the region. But I don't know that almost June, is the time to be fixing that problem. I think it needs more thought than that. So I'm not necessarily opposed to piloting an advanced Spanish program. I'm not sure this is answering the question that's being asked, though. And I also have a lot of concern that we had a heritage program that something fell apart with that made it unsuccessful, and that I think Laura Jane brought up the point that, like, having learned something in a classroom where you are learning reading and writing and speaking and listening is very different than, like, having something exist around you in your household where you are not learning to write in Yiddish because your grandmother speaks to you like that. So, like, I'm not, like, necessarily opposed to it. I'm not sure it's answering the question that's being asked, and I have some concerns about equity around it.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Okay.
So give me 1 second. I appreciate that. And I would want to be clear that tonight, the question that we're trying to answer is not the Amherst dual language program moving forward. What we're really looking at is how can we provide another option in our regional middle school for students who either come with advanced Spanish because of, just like you said, around their exposure to it, or through an actual trained class experience K to 6. But you are correct. That is not the question we're asking tonight. And that would probably be one of the things that I was asked when I got enrolled. Does it continue to the region? I was like, I don't see that anywhere. So in terms of my research of what we were doing. So that's not the question we're answering tonight. And I've been very clear and upfront with families. That is not the question tonight about the regional version of a Cominantes program. However, what we are looking for and are wanting to pilot is to see how is it possible with what we have, within the context of what we have now, how is it possible to create a course that is advanced Spanish, which your question about what went wrong in the heritage Spanish, what I was told was there was a mixture of different levels of students, which the teachers were unable to differentiate and account for. So it wasn't that the program or the course existed, because we even Thank you, Marta, about the high school having the program, a heritage class that was doing really well with some UMass folks that were put in. It is really about this specific, how do I find the right set of kids in terms of content knowledge, be it written, verbal, reading, those kinds of things. And so that's to Celia's point about being able to take students who actually took the stamp test, but also be able to speak to heritage speakers and do the interviewing around where are their needs in terms of their abilities, their assets to be able to handle a class like that. So I think I caught most of what you said. I do know that you are concerned about what happens next. I'm not sure, and I agree, it's going to take more than to June to figure out what happens next for a larger group of students in terms of Cominantes. But right now, what we're looking at is how can we truly get to a point where we're addressing needs of students. And you've seen our achievement gaps. We've talked through those things. It's not just do something special for a particular set of kids, because to Dr. Z's point, we want to make this scalable. How do we have an advanced French class? How do we have an advanced Chinese class? All of those languages, we are a multilingual community. All of those languages exist. It's just right now we have the ability to pilot this one if approved. And so it doesn't stop here. That's one reason we talked about a data-driven approach, because we do want to see what does that look like, provide you with some answers and some more, questions if you have them.
And to answer your question quickly about equity for those heritage students, so I taught the course, so I'm gonna explain to you how it works. So let's say that a Caminante student who has been taking Spanish, for 7 years is in a class with a heritage speaker who didn't take academic Spanish, they don't really know how to write it. That's something that we can work on. Like if they're spelling things phonetically, but they have the speaking because they speak Spanish fluently at home, that's a skill that we're trying to build, but they have the speaking part down. So we're trying to build everybody's reading, writing, listening, and speaking skills. I know in Caminantes, they take a lot of, they take content course as well as SLA, but here we're doing advanced we're doing advanced concepts. So in high school or in middle school, you were learning about the language, whereas this heritage course or advanced Spanish course is learning in the language. So we do advanced grammar and literature and poetry. And those are concepts that our heritage speakers, although they may not know how to write it well, that's a skill that we can still work on in with everyone, right? Those are advanced concepts. They really shouldn't be learning how to conjugate verbs or the color red if they've already been taking Spanish, for 7 years. And, that's why we're here tonight.
Great, thank you. Anna?
So, I have two main points. One is I understand the desire to do an equitable pilot that is for the region. I also see this great outcry from the Caminantes program, which just dead ends. And, in hindsight, everybody saw this coming. Why didn't we think about this 2 years ago? Why was this not planned 2 years ago? Everybody knew the Caminantes group was coming up. They were going to eventually make it to the middle school. And they get to the middle school, and there is no plan. And that, for me, is really disappointing, and I'm not from Amherst. I'm from Shutesbury, and we don't have the Caminantes program. But to see a Caminantes program that has made its way from kindergarten all the way to 6th grade with no planning for the middle school, when you could see exactly when they were going to get there and have nothing ready for them is just, it's a little bit incomprehensible. So there's nothing you can do about that now, so we have to do this moving forward. But what, maybe the first year is to help the Caminante students have a year and pilot a program that might work, and then next year, open it up to heritage students, once you know the program is working. I feel very badly for the Caminantes families who have no place to go. And now you're talking about maybe 10 students, maybe more, being completely left in the dark because there's not room for them in this more advanced pilot program. So you've got a group of students who have taken Spanish for 7 years who now have no place to go and will lose 50% of the Spanish that they've learned over this time. My second point was, I'm looking at your flow chart, and it goes from middle school pilot to high school Spanish 3. And my question is, are the students who've gone through 7 years of Caminantes, 2 years of middle school pilot, only going to be ready for high school 3? I think, one of my questions is, how are you targeting this advanced Spanish class? Like, who is the student that you're planning for? And at what level are you teaching this class, and how much thought has been going into what is this class actually going to teach? What level of Spanish is this class going to teach? And then after they take this class, what level of Spanish will they be ready for next?
Let me
So
steal
before
Sorry,
Tanya,
that
before
was
you
a lot.
start.
Sorry.
Hold on. So a couple things. I want to start off by saying 2 years to plan a regional progression of an entire program is not adequate time, because you're talking about
7.
And I hear you. I hear. Excuse me.
You've had the Caminantes program since kindergarten, not you.
No, I understand.
The district has
I
had the
understand.
Caminantes program since kindergarten. We've had 7 years to plan for this.
No, I
That's on
understand.
us.
But what I'm saying is that there may have been something in like I think a public comment was made tonight about a conversation that was had in 2021. We all know the districts that we're in, and everything that may have been planned may not have had something laid out in terms of what that progression is going to be. Also, this program would have had to be adopted by the region, and I get it. I get where you're coming from. I hear the passion of everyone. I hear the passion of families, but we also don't want to rush the integration of a program into the region without an adequate plan. And so what we are looking at as in our regional lens, as regional employees, is how do we accommodate the students of the region? How do we provide a program for the students of the region and the 4 towns that are served? If you are asking us as a regional school committee to turn around and develop a dual language program for the region that shows a progression from 7 to 12, that's a different conversation. That's a different level of research in terms of integration and what that's going to look like. That's not far-fetched from this team, but right now what the team is proposing is through an equitable regional lens, how do we provide something that serves all of our students? And I think, Tanya, so you want to answer the second question?
Celia, you can go ahead with the second part. What level of Spanish are we looking at for the course?
Well, we're taking the feedback of all of the regional high school teachers, the world language teachers, when we were looking at that plan. Now, we know obviously that some of them may be able to place. Right now, we offer AP courses. So some of them might be ready to take AP freshman year, AP Spanish language and culture. And then sophomore year, they can take the seal of biliteracy, and then they're done. If they're done, because the seal is valid for 2 years. That was just a progression for right now when I'm looking at all of the feedback from the world language teachers with the courses that already exist. There might be some that when we test them in 8th grade, they might be able to go into a higher level, but I didn't want to create a new course or tell them that we had to add a new section just for these students. I wanted to just integrate them with the rest of the regional high school students with the existing courses. That's something that I can look at again though, because they might be able to place higher.
But what level will you be teaching middle school advanced Spanish?
So it's called a heritage course, and we already have the curriculum. So it's just a piloted curriculum. It's one that I taught in the past, and so it's just called heritage. It's called it's not even called advanced Spanish. It's called Spanish language and culture, and Spanish language and literature.
Oh, I think she's talking. It would be
talking
the
about
intermediate level.
Right, like is it intermediate or advanced? Or I'm guessing
It's
it's advanced.
intermediate. So intermediate. So they would take. So the stamp exam would take intermediate course. It's what they're able to do in Spanish, and that would qualify them for this course.
Thank you. Sarah?
Yeah, I also had a question about this pathway. The pilot is 7th grade only. So what is your thinking, if you have thinking now, about what 8th grade would look like? Because if they're in 8th grade walking over to the high school for Spanish 3, there's a gap for 8th grade.
So one of the things, if the pilot is approved, we would then be building what does it look like for 8th grade then. We didn't want to assume or presume that it would be approved and go jump straight to 8th grade, but it would be building it. Actually, to Anna's point around some of the, well, what do they do? What happens next kind of thing? It's make sure that we have an on-ramp for them in 7th grade, that we can figure out the kinks, make sure we understand the progression, look at the level of Spanish, and then also work with our secondary teachers in terms of our high school language teachers, because they have their input around, well, if we do this now, what happens next, is to build that progression. So that's why when you saw the progression on the sheet, it was current Spanish 3, Spanish 4. But once we build the progression, work with each other, not spring something on them, but really work as a team regionally. Because just like you said, well, this has been going from K to 7, and I don't know, I had the same question. Oh, what are we going to do? What's next? When we came in, we were like, okay, unfortunately, you have 3 of the newest people in the region, Amherst. And so I hear you, and those are questions, but I have not found an answer that was already in place. So, and from what, in all fairness, I think from what happened was in COVID time, it stopped in terms of planning and preparation. And then it just did not get back to it from everything that I could find. And I'm not trying to speak negatively. It's just that I couldn't find anything that continued the progression. But I think it really was around situational things that were happening, not just in Amherst, but for the region, because it's the same team. So regionally, there were some concerns, major things happening in the region during the 22-23 years where it was more focused on that. And so I think it's just never gotten back to. So what we're trying is to try a limited pilot that we can actually handle before we start scaling anything, and then we don't do a good job of it, because scalability is important. And you're going to want to know, you're going to ask, well, what were the outcomes? What did you see? Questions you're asking now that we don't have that data for, because of that wasn't the focus in those years. So what we want to do is be thoughtful around it. And yes, there are going to be some families disappointed, but the thing that matters that we're getting there. We want to ensure that we build something that is doable and scalable, so that we can provide all of our students with equitable access, but also a path where we're closing gaps. And that's what we have to focus on. But I can't say tonight, oh, this is what we're going to do for all the 32 kids. It's what can we do right now to get us closer to that mark.
Okay, thank you. One more question. Earlier in the slide deck, we saw data regarding the disparities between the Hispanic Latino students. I assume these are most of the native Spanish speakers. If one of the purposes of this course is to close those gaps, will the native Spanish speakers who pass, whatever passing is the assessments, have preference over non-native Spanish-speaking students who have nevertheless or somehow learned Spanish, because they're not in the group with the lagging MCAS results? They're not the ones part of the gap that needs to be closed.
Yes, that is the idea that we're planning. So Celia mentioned thinking about what does it look like for placement or enrollment in this particular course. So yes, attention to our native speakers. It's similar to our lottery around Cominantes in terms of the native Spanish speakers. That was the whole focus, the original focus of the program. So we're trying to make sure we do that, but it's not limited to just heritage speakers.
But there are more,
So
it sounds like there are more native Spanish speakers, then there will be seats. So are they going to have first priority over, let's say, the native English speakers who have learned Spanish through Caminantes? But when they're tested on MCAS, they're not in the Hispanic group, and so it's not their scores that we're trying to raise. Okay, so
I think we are.
so I'm not hearing an answer about whether the native speakers will have
No, well,
priority.
that's something good to think about. When Tanya and I were speaking today, we were talking about providing, seats for the regional towns when we were looking at those numbers, because we wanted to make sure that they had access to the program as well. That's something that we can take a look at, but we did say the maximum number of students right now is 24 at the middle school. And so an example was, let's say that we have 24 seats. How are we going to make those 24 seats equitable for everyone to benefit from this program? But I understand what you're asking. That's something that we're going to have to take a look at. Like, how many seats will we offer to those heritage speakers if they're the ones that we're trying to close the gap for? Definitely, I'm going to take a look and have a chat with my team about that.
And it's also about the immersion in the language too. Just so we understand that we don't want to only have heritage speakers in the class, because we want to make sure that they're also engaging with the English language. So it's kind of like trying to twofold this, because everything that they are tested on and report on is actually done in English. This class would be really in terms of Spanish in their language. So we want to also create that opportunity of exposure for them as well.
Okay, thank you. Bridget?
Well, first, I just want to thank you both for the time and for coming up with this plan. I think at first it was like, okay, no, it's hard to see how we do this or move forward. And I really like this as a concrete step. Myself, I've seen just tremendous outcomes with heritage speaking classes in Spanish and students who've been disengaged academically. Something clicks, and then they're like, okay, I get it. Because their primary language, they haven't been doing academics in it. And so now the academics can start to click in a new way through the class. My concern, and the reason I raised my hand, was about dosage. I'm worried about the dosage that we're giving all our language classes in the middle school on the every other day basis. And so I wonder, is this class also on that every other day basis? And then, because I think then it's just like a sampler, or, it's not like a main course, and so that's the piece. And then I would say the other thing is this group will have Spanish every other day throughout the full year. And so then does that mean like we'll have more Spanish teachers? So folks, Spanish is usually the most popular language for people to learn. So I just want to make sure like you're considering that in staffing. And then the very last piece that I wanted to say is I just very much support, I know that it may not happen this coming year, but very much support moving in the middle school to at least getting like one content area teacher as well, and like trying to get more of an immersive experience for both groups of students. So, for our heritage speakers who already come proficient but might want to increase their academics, and for the folks in Caminante, so everyone's got a pathway. And in my experience, taking it slow is good, because you can find the quirks in the system while the group is still small enough that those haven't affected a lot of people, and you can correct them quickly. So I think it's a good approach, and I just appreciate you both.
Thank you. So one thing you mentioned about whether the dosage would be the same. So yes, because again, to the point of taking it slow, we're not trying to impact the region that's changing their model, changing their schedule and all of those things. So right now, what we're looking at, the Spanish teacher who's retiring, so one is being hired, but the Spanish teacher would have the same number of 7th grade classes that they have now. what will happen is one of those courses, and we made that the larger class, so the other class sizes will not be affected, would be the advanced Spanish course. And with those students, that same teacher, that same one FTE, one teacher would be teaching the classes just like they do now. It's just one of the sections rather than being Spanish 1 would be the advanced Spanish. So the same number of seventh graders that currently are have historically taken Spanish 1, it would just be that same number, no larger course, no larger class sizes because of this. That class would be the one that was larger so that we can get as many people in there and not affect the other, I'm going to say 3 sections of Spanish 1. So staffing would be the same. It would be the one Spanish teacher that has class the same way they do, because again, we're not trying to impact their schedule. We're trying to say, is it possible to build this in? And then I think to the larger point, the broader point that Dr. Z always talks about. So what does this mean? What does this look like at the region beyond this? So having that conversation really with the 712, what does it look like? Does it mean that we need more time versus that every other day? I don't know, but that is going to be a conversation where we bring the experts, their teachers are experts, into the room to talk through this. But I didn't think it's fair, nor is it productive to do this. Oh, we're just going to make this wholesale change without having everybody on the same page and knowing what kind of incremental steps we need to do within next year to say, okay, this is what it could look like. Here's how we see a path forward. What does that mean? Does it mean that there might be an extension in the high school? Because now we're going to have all of these advanced speakers coming with more needs. I don't know, but we want to make sure that we are thoughtful about it, that we're really focused and data driven around it so that we can come to you and say, okay, here's what we found. Here's how we believe we can move the region forward.
I think one of the key things to think about too is integration into the middle school model. If you're asking us, you're asking us to look at the creation of a team that would just be for a dual language program, and what would that look like? Who would those content areas be? And then would that switch when they move from 7? Like the team right now, they loop. So that means that they would spend 2 years with the same content area individual. So there's a lot more research that we would have to put into and planning and conversation around bringing the dual language program into the region and what that will that fits into the regional middle school model without truly impacting or shifting how instruction occurs at the middle school. So when the team brought this forward in terms of an opportunity, an expansion for not just one, but all 4 towns and how we could integrate, my mind immediately went to, oh, great, can we do this for all the languages? And they were like, let's do it one time, Dr. Z, let's go small. And then the conversation is, we would have to do a deeper dive and research into what that would look like, because there are some nuances to commonalities that would not flow within our current model, right? So we'd have to make the conversation or make the change where are we looking at what happened to Fort River, we're offering 2 completely different schedules in the same building, like things like that. And so we're not there yet. At least this team is not there in the conversation, and that's why we brought forward this opportunity.
Great, thank you. Tim.
Thank you. First I'll say Dr. Z, Tanya, Celia, you've taught me a lot by giving this presentation and participating in this discussion. And when I say you've taught me a lot, I've been just sort of an innocent bystander all year, hearing about this Commandante stuff way over in Amherst, kind of wondering like, oh, that sounds interesting, but I guess I don't really need to think much about it. And, I looked back at our, I searched in board docs and I was like, have we had any agenda items about Commandantes on the region at all? Did I just kind of did it just go over my head? There's been public comments here and there that definitely went over my head. But yeah, no, nothing. This is our first agenda item on the regional school committee to do with Commandantes. So that's all quite remarkable. Thank you for this approach. I think this is the right approach. Approaching this as a learning organization, fail forward, and all those other catchy Stanford terms, right? So there's going to be a lot to learn and course correct on, and the presentation you've given me tonight has made me feel confident that you know how to do that. And the course corrections that I have in mind in particular, there's been a lot of discussion about what to do for the students who are, say, struggling with writing or struggling in other ways. But then there's also, you know, one or two of the parents at public comment brought up the concern that this pilot will not be sufficiently challenging for their students at their level of Spanish-speaking aptitude. So there'll be some thinking to do there and creativity, you know, what can the teacher do to sufficiently challenge those students. I'm not looking for a response on that. I'm not looking for an answer on that. Like I say, I'm confident that you're putting together a pilot that is going to have the flexibility and discipline to address those things as they come up, student by student. I will also say I'm impressed by all the parents who showed up to advocate for this at public comment, not just tonight, but some previous meeting as well. My message to all the families of Amherst, what are the other towns called? Leverett, Shutesbury, and Pelham. I would love to see the same amount of showing up, if not more, for special education matters going forward, starting with when we meet the prospective hire for our Director of Student Services, which is coming up in early June. It would be great to see that amount of showing up for special education, please. I have one more thing to say, which is again, not a request, but it's a bet. Nibbling at the edges of this discussion tonight has been, you know, we're talking about 1 out of 4 sections for a level of demand that is much greater than 24 seats in a classroom. I bet that this committee will be coming together for a discussion sometime this summer about this pilot and whether we want it to become 2 out of 4 sections. That's my bet.
Thank you, Tim.
Thank you.
Okay.
I thought you had one.
You already went.
I went once. I asked-
Everybody went once.
It is
I asked-
10:59 p.m.
I asked a question. This is about the vote. And
Okay.
some people got more than one question built into their question, so
Go ahead.
I know mine was long. I want to say yes, I can't support this. I can't. I want to. It's too many things mixed in together. I don't believe that this is, given the timing, this is something that was designed for heritage speakers. I believe that was designed for students who are Caminantes, and if I were a parent of those students, I would be supportive of that as well. But I looked at the Caminantes development over the years, and there was just much more brought forward in terms of cohorts, in terms of like who gets what seats, in terms of the development of the program. And I understand that this is a pilot, but I don't see it meeting a well-defined need. I see it timely meeting one need. I see it mixed together meeting 2 needs. And I want to support it as something that would primarily give access to students who haven't had the benefit of this very special, very valuable, but very selected, not selective, but selected cohort of students who will be in the 7th grade. So I can't do it. I'm sorry. I would look forward to seeing a more developed program where it's clear how the disparate needs of heritage speakers are met and really giving priority to people who haven't benefited from this beautiful jewel of a program to date. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further? So I think our motion is, I will move to approve the advanced Spanish pilot course for 1 year. as presented.
Second.
Any further discussion? Anna?
I'm gonna say that I agree with a lot of what Deb has said. What I would, one of my concerns is that this course does not meet either the Heritage families or the Cominantes families. It splits the difference and therefore doesn't meet either family's needs. And I think if you design a program that targets one type of student for the pilot, and then once you have that pilot working, expand that program to accommodate other types of students, you will be more successful trying to create a program for 2 or 3 different types of students. You have the Heritage students who are doing okay, you have the Heritage students who are struggling, and you have the Cominante students who've been doing this for 7 years in an academic setting. And I don't think you can meet all those needs. And I think we should really have a conversation about priorities. What is the priority for this pilot program? Who is the student that we are targeting? And then create a class for that student, not for many students that are very, very different. If you want a pilot to fail, just like the Heritage program failed, you design a program for too many types of students, and then you can't meet that need for all of the students. And I see this program potentially having the same problem as the previous program, although by setting a low bar, by saying, okay, all of these students will have a stamp rating of B1 or B2, then you know that, that's the bottom of the fluency scale, and so that you can target the lessons to be above that, but you're still working with a pretty large variance in types of students, and it's going to be, I would like this program to succeed, and I would like it to be really beneficial, and I would like it to not fall on its face. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. And I think to answer your question, our data speaks to the fact that we should be aiming it at our heritage speakers. Our numbers and the fact that if we were looking at not just one town, but all 4 of our towns, aiming for heritage would be our point of contact, and then build up from there.
Thank you. William?
I was just going to say one comment real quick, is that at the end of the day, as Tim said, the bet, I would like to know that if we have 38 families that pass this test, or students who would pass this test and be eligible, that come and we look at how do we expand this pilot to fit all of those students. And if we only have 36 students, and it's like, I see you have 24 spots. So if we had 26 students that passed, like a lottery, but if we have enough that actually pass, look at expanding the pilot. So then maybe we could address the heritage needs and the Cominantes needs if we have enough people that come forward. Just a thought, you don't have to respond.
Thank you.
Laura Jane?
So I was reminded that Will Roundy, who's the department head of language at the high school, and Olivia Blaze, who's the department head of language, I think, at ARMS, weighed in on this back in April. We all have an email on April 15th. It says they've talked about it with the language teachers, and they think the current plan is best to give the Cominantes kids the same language electives as the other ARMS students, and then to pick them up again at the high school. We have a great post-AP Chinese program. I'd like to replicate that program when the Cominantes students arrive in 9th and 10th. It's a better use of full-time staff to add back the 8th grade language semester we just cut before we think about adding for Cominantes. We only teach 1 year of language, et cetera, et cetera. Essentially, I spoke to our Spanish teachers, talks about Ms. Melendez's class, teaching a heritage Spanish class, and it didn't go well. They shouldn't combine heritage and Cominantes in the same population, in the same classroom, which confirms what Deb and Anna were just saying. And I remember when I read this, I thought to myself, I always want to believe and trust the educators. And I understand you're an educator too, Celia. I'm not trying to say you're not, or that anyone isn't, but that there was thought and consultation from the department heads of the language department, and they, despite the very passionate and totally understandable feelings of the Comandante's parents that their children are going to lose the language, there's not evidence that that is going to happen. And based on all of the things we've talked about tonight, despite the fact that I think it's a really nice idea, I don't think it fits now, and I don't think it fits I don't think it's going to make, I think everyone's going to be unhappy. And it's not going to make 100%, why haven't we been talking about this every year for the last 7 years as we plan the Comandante's program? I don't know. But this is like, if we do this pilot program, we're going to have so many distressed and upset students who didn't get in, and other students who are magically getting a benefit that isn't necessarily going to be a benefit according to both these department heads. So I think I'm going to lean towards no on this, based on this as well.
All right. Sarah, you put your hand up. Final comment?
Yeah, quickly, I think every new course has to be piloted. So it's inevitable that we have a pilot. And so that's just going to happen. But secondly, my main interest in this, my priority for the students in this course is, I don't know if you can identify them by student when you decide who gets to be in the class, but the native Spanish speakers who have been struggling academically. If this kind of program can help them, then they're the ones we should be prioritizing. This summit, the district summit from a couple weeks ago, the talk was all about, the concern was about gaps. If this is something that can help close gaps, then I think that should be the focus. And that leaves out a lot of people, perhaps, but they deserve our attention and resources if we can put them there.
All right. Tim, last quick comment, and then I think we need to vote.
Yeah, these are important points that are raised, but I still support the pilot. I think we need to start learning how to do this. And I agree that the heritage students and the achievement gaps need to be our first focus. In general, in our district, the story of the district for years now has been, how do we help the students who are falling behind or marginalized in one way or another, and we still have not figured that out on all the fronts on which that question has come up, and that has to be our focus. I think, though, that we can make this work, and if we don't start now, we're just going to have to start next year or the year after that. We have to start learning how to do this, and I think that we have 4 Spanish sections, and we have multiple groups of students who want to learn Spanish. I think the Comandantes students are important. If they need to be separated from the heritage students for learning purposes, this is where my lack of understanding about education is a liability for me. I don't know why that would be the case, but I believe what educators say. If that's a risk, then let's start talking about a second section.
Okay. The motion was to approve advanced Spanish pilot course for 1 year as 1 school year as presented. Did we lose Bridget?
Second?
Oh, you're here. Okay.
Did someone second it?
Yes, it has been seconded. I can't see you, so just checking that you're still there.
Yeah, I'm
Bridget,
here.
how do you vote?
Yes, I vote yes.
Sarah?
Yes.
Deb?
No.
Anna?
I'm really torn. I want to vote yes, but I don't really like it as presented. I'm gonna vote yes and hope that you can modify it into something that's a little bit better.
Tim,
Yes.
Laura Jane,
No.
Andrew,
Yes.
William,
Yes.
I know. I think I can do a 1-year pilot, yes. Okay. 6. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, it is. And 2 no's.
Oh.
Okay.
6, 7,
It's too tired.
Okay. Thank you. All
Thank
right.
you.
Congratulations, team.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
you.
So next up is a review of the student handbook. Dr. Z, do you
Point
have?
of order.
Oh, boy.
I think we should adjourn. Because I looked at the handbook and
Second.
it isn't even, it's not even updated. I emailed Megan, but I don't think she saw it.
Wait, are you making a motion?
I'm making a motion to adjourn.
No, you don't do that. You just
Oh,
call the
I mean-
point of order. It's been over 2 hours, 2.5 hours.
Okay,
I
point of
mean-
order? That it's been over
Oh,
2
you
hours?
could make a motion
You
to
can
adjourn.
just
Oh,
make a
sorry.
motion.
Sorry, my bad.
You can just make a
I
motion.
take it all back.
I make a motion to adjourn?
Do we, can
Non-discussable, I believe. I can check.
Second.
Yeah, but do we need to second it?
It does need to be second, but I'm pretty sure someone over here did.
The handbooks aren't updated.
It must be seconded.
It was.
It was
It's
seconded by
not
Sarah.
open for discussion. Sarah, how do you vote?
Yes.
Deb?
Abstain.
Anna?
Yes.
Tim?
No.
Laura Jane?
Yes.
Andrew?
Yes.
William?
I'm all alone tonight, so no.
Don't you want the house to yourself? Don't you have the dog?
I'm gonna vote no. Bridget?
Yes.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 yeses. And, oh, I lost my list. 1, 2, 3
Passes.
no's and 1 abstention. We are adjourned.
You're adjourned.
Take some pizza.